to be alive.
It's good to be alive, to be
Mm-hmm.
alive, to be alive. It's good to be alive.
Better, 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 better. Yeah, this song doesn't show up in the VODs. So if you want to enjoy it, you have to get here. You have to see it live. Bum, bum, bum.
Time was on my side when I was running down the street. It was no fine, fine, fine. Suitcase and an old guitar and something new to occupy my mind, my mind. You see, we're born to be alive. You see, we're born. You see, we're born to be alive. You see, we're born. You see, we're born to be alive. You see, we're born. To be born to be alive. Yes, we were born. Born to be alive. Yes, we were born.
That sounds relaxing. Let me tell you, it is. Let me tell you, it is. Hello everybody, welcome back. Hello everybody, welcome back. My apologies for my absence. We have a friend in town. Our friend Petey came to visit from LA, so we've been doing some stuff with him. How have you been? It feels like it's only been a few days. So it's only been a few days. Feels like it's been forever. As a visit from the crisis team yesterday, and I told them about Brain Domain. They were very excited. Glad you're feeling better. Thanks for the plug. Thanks for the shout out. Feel a lot better, just needed to talk it out and calm down, then you'll find that that'll get you through pretty much any crisis. I say pretty much any because there are some, it's like, oh, my kitchen's on fire, let's sit down and talk about it. That wouldn't really work. Okay. Let's not sit down and talk about the fire on the stove. Let's put the fire out. But for most other things, that's the way to go. I feel sad I can't get that support from my husband, but they told me I can call anytime and they gave me a phone number to talk to someone too. You know, I understand your frustration. But you gotta remember that not everybody is equipped to know what to do in those types of moments. A lot of people, I would say, have a hard time navigating those moments or helping other people through those moments. But if we are looking for that support from the person that we're married to, they can build those skills. And we do that by having healthy, productive communication. I feel like in the long run, you guys can definitely both learn to be more supportive of one another, but, you know, right now having a little bit of outside help, that's totally fine. Check out this sweet shirt. It's got a bird on it. Kathleener sent a shirt from the Bird Collective, and it's a bird shirt, and it's made to look like a heavy metal shirt. It's pretty sweet. Gotta go to a meeting. Tell everyone we said hi. And then they'll be like, who? And you'll be like, oh, never mind. And then they'll be like, oh, okay. Let's go ahead and get this meeting started. It's fishing for kings? No, he's the king of the fishers. That's why they call it the belted kingfisher. He's the king of fishing. That's a very dad-looking mug. Yeah, Menards sent me a coupon for a free mug for my birthday. And it's a very dadly mug. It's got all sorts of tools on it. Well, we're halfway through January. You got a meditate emote? Oh, nice. It's good to see that there's other meditate emotes out there. Can it please stop being cold here? It's keeping me from running, and not running is making me sad. Well, then run anyway. That's what David Goggins would tell you to do. You know what? That's what David Goggins would say. He would say, run anyway. The only one stopping you from running is you. Which is objectively true. This doesn't make running in the cold any fun. I don't have clothes to run in 11 degrees. Well, time to go to Walmart. A nice thermal layer and then a windproof outer layer, and you should be good to go. Maybe some gloves. Don't forget the earmuffs. Also 11 degrees. I don't blame you. I wouldn't run. I wouldn't do it. But David Goggins would say to run anyway. If you want to run, you gotta run anyway. You just went for a hike and your face was frozen? Oh, I need to go on a hike. I haven't been on a hike in too long. I think that's why I'm feeling so out of sorts. I need to spend some time outside. I love spending time outside. I love being out in nature. I love tromping around in the woods, mucking around in the creek, climbing up hills, looking into caves. I love it. Haven't had a chance to do it for a while. And so we cope with it. Like, I understand why people will accuse other people of coping and they'll kind of use it as sort of an insult, but objectively, there are some situations when cope is the only fucking thing you can do, at least while you're in that situation. You know what I mean? So I don't see all of the hate. I don't see all of the hate that coping gets sometimes, because sometimes that's the only fucking thing you can do is just cope with whatever shit life throws your way. Also, coping is a way that I see of like handling a situation, you know? You learn to cope with it. So I don't know. I don't know. A lot of like whenever you hear the word cope on the internet especially, it's always got this negative connotation. I don't really understand it. Now, I would say that coping and deluding yourself are different things. Oftentimes they're used interchangeably. That people will be accused of coping when in reality they are deluding themselves, and that's different. There's it's not the same thing. You know what? Just go outside and do some jumping jacks. Go outside and do some, you know, do some lunges, do some jumping jacks, do some squats. Just go outside, get a little bit of cold, and do a little bit of cardio, and then call it a day. How are we feeling today? How are we feeling today? Emotionally, I feel pretty good. You know, emotionally speaking, I feel pretty good. My energy level, though, is what I've noticed is really taking a hit. And also, what I've noticed is that I feel a bit more irritable than I might otherwise be. But other than that, I don't really have much to complain about other than it's fucking cold outside. And we have like a compacted layer of like frost and ice from all that snow we got. It was a thick, wet coating of snow, and now it's just a big, crusty, you know what I mean, when snow stays around too long and it gets all crusty and compacted and icy. It's like, yeah, that's just the world we live in right now. Feel frustrated about anything in particular, or just in general? Feeling sort of numb today, not good or bad, just here. It's normal to feel a little bit emotionally drained or kind of just absent after a very emotionally charged day. And it sounds like you had one of those yesterday. You had a very emotionally charged day. And so maybe now your tanks are just running on empty. You're just coasting. Not necessarily a bad thing. It's just it's a time of like rest and recharging. I had a horrible day yesterday, but you managed to navigate it into being a not so horrible day, and that is a W. What's the word for someone who lives too much in the past? I would say that they are ruminating. That's the word that I would use. I would use it more as like a verb, but what's interesting is that they call it Wiederkauen, which, what does that mean? It's something of, what is this cow doing? It's like a feeder. they're talking about like chewing again. They're referring to like cows ruminating. That's one of the uses of the word. It's like what a cow will do. It's like, well, I ate it once, let me spit it back out and eat it again. I know that it's not literally correct, but you gotta think like figuratively. That is basically what you're doing, is you're spitting it back up and you're chewing it again. You're living in the past. In the South, they say chewing on their own cud, right? Okay, so this other word would just be like brooding. Okay. I see the analogy they were going for here. I see do you like the whole cow thing? It makes sense. That's actually one of it's like because instead of doing it with grass, you're doing it with your thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, your experiences. You're spitting them back out and you're eating them again. I think that's where the word comes from. And then we took it and we started applying it to emotions. I think that's the history of it, but I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me. Dean, if you had to rate your frustration out of 10, what would you score yourself? What would you score your frustration if you had to give it 1 through 10? You don't know? Well, take some time to think about it. No rush. There's no time limit on this answer. My logic behind why you do that is when you recognize the feeling that you're dealing with, or whatever it is you're feeling, struggling, you're overwhelmed, whatever it might be, identify where you're at. And then it's like, okay, so maybe you're at an 8. All right, what can we do to get you to a 7? You know, what can we do to lower that just a little bit? It's just another way to approach mindfulness and goal planning and figuring out what that next little step is. It's just another way of doing that same thing that we, are working on learning. I feel excited. I'm adopting a kitten soon and maybe getting a new old car this weekend. That is a W. We're gonna need to see that kitten. Am I late? No, you're actually right on time. We were waiting for you to get here. Maybe a 7 or an 8. All right. So what can we do to get you to a 6? Or maybe even a 5? An objective improvement. Maybe not where we're trying to get. Maybe we're trying to get down to a 2. Maybe a 1. But that's a big leap. That's a big jump. We got to take it step by step. Get 2 kittens. I'm speaking from experience. If you're going from no cat to 1 cat, I typically would recommend, if you have the space for it, to get 2 cats, because then the cat will have somebody to play with. They'll be less destructive. Because the thing about having just 1 cat is sometimes they'll just get bored, and sometimes they'll just start chewing on shit or scratching stuff up because they're just bored. But if there's another cat there, You know, they'll play around, they'll chase each other, they'll, you know. Also, it's really cute when they cuddle, and that makes it worth it. Do you have any healthy tips regarding closure with an ex? Yes. To wish them the best. Just wish them the best and move on. You know, because you don't want, like, you recognize that at your point in life and at their point in life when you two met and you were together, it wasn't meant to work out. That doesn't mean that you necessarily want them to suffer forever. You would hope that they would learn and grow and improve and, you know, find a life worth living, just as we would hope the same for you. And so I think that's a healthy way to move on from a relationship, is to just say, you know what, we just weren't a good fit. I wish them the best. I hope they find happiness. Because I feel like holding on to resentment, holding on to ill will, it's poisonous. It really eats at you. I would also recommend a clean cut in the relationship, you know, just like, don't dawdle. You know, if you're gonna be separated, be separated. Don't still be hanging out, don't still be texting, you know, just go your separate ways and, you know, focus on that next step. A clean break, kind of like when you break a bone, it's like you'd rather have a clean break. That way it can heal better, and it'll heal faster than if it's a nasty break. I'm just used to ignoring / suppressing emotions. Yeah, and I think you're realizing that that's just not the way to do it. Let me just tell you this. As overwhelming as emotions can feel, they cannot kill you. And so if you feel like there are emotions that you are suppressing or things that you are just ignoring, you know, you gotta allow yourself to feel them. Not all at once, we don't need to be overwhelmed. But take it one thing at a time. What is something that I can do in my life today to make my life just a little bit better? Now, I'm not going to manifest the life that I want today because that's just not possible. But if I could continue to do that every day, what's one little thing? What's one little seed I can plant? You know, if you want to have an orchard and you want it to start bearing fruit, you got to be planting seeds today. You're just so subconsciously used to it. Maybe writing things out might be helpful for you then. Whenever you write something out, you have to use a different part of your brain to process those words. So instead of just thinking about them, you're writing them down. You're using a whole different part of your brain. It can actually help you to find a new perspective on a thing using a different part of your brain to process that feeling. It sounds silly and it sounds too simple, but it really does work. Using a different part of your brain to process something gives you a new perspective on it. So if you're expressing yourself, you know, creatively, you know, maybe you're, you know, doing art, you're making music, or you're journaling, or, you know, you're engaging in sports or exercise, you know, different part of the body, different sense of perspective. Is that why I am good at expressing myself in writing but not in person? Well, you might not have much experience doing it in person. Also, yeah, it's a different part of your brain. Especially if you were used to getting told to, like, be quiet or something. Like, a lot of people who were made to just, like, be quiet, you know, their parents were always telling them, like, keep it down, shut up, like, and, you know, now we have a hard time talking about stuff or expressing ourselves because of it. I write out things often. Do you find that it's helpful to help you process things? Another thing that you can try if you're feeling overwhelmed by stuff, start going through that stuff, but at like a surface level. You're just taking inventory. You're crawling around in the attic and you're looking at all the boxes and you're like, ah, shit, there's a lot of boxes in here. But you're not opening any box. You're just looking at the boxes and you're seeing what the label on the side of the box says. And you're like, oh, okay, this is, you know, like, pick a box. You don't have to open up all the boxes and go through all of them at once. Pick one. Start small. Find something that you're okay with letting go of. Some old worry, some old anger. You know, maybe you're still, you know, beating yourself up for, you know, spelling a word wrong in the 3rd grade spelling bee or something. You know, you're like, oh yeah, I didn't even realize I was keeping this memento. Let's go ahead and let that one go. Clearing out your mind really is like clearing out an attic. And a lot of people are reluctant to do it because they climb up in that attic and they see all those boxes and they're like, ooh, that's a lot of work. I don't really care to do that. Just pick one, start with one, and go through it. Take it item by item. Do I want to keep this or do I want to let this go? Instead of becoming a physical hoarder like my parents. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but a lot of us hoard ideas. Now, I don't want to make you feel like this is a fault of yours, because it really isn't. Everybody likes to hold on to stuff. It's part of our DNA. It's part of who we are biologically. It's part of our squirrel brain. You're like, gotta make sure I gotta have enough nuts for the winter. You know, it's that part of your psyche. It's like very animalistic almost. It's like, I want to keep this. I want to hang on to it. I might need it someday. You do that with stuff. You also do it with ideas, experiences, emotions. And so maybe you're holding on to something. And what is this? Let's take a look at it. Oh, something I'm angry about that happened in, what is this? The 4th grade? I'm still chastising myself over something that happened decades ago. Can I let this one go? Do I need to keep this? Do I need to keep this? No. No, we're getting rid of it. How do you know if the idea is true? Now see, that's the fucked up part, is you don't know. Because every time you remember something, you are remembering the memory of that memory. It's like a photocopy machine, and you're making a copy of a copy of a copy. Sometimes the image gets distorted. Sometimes we can't trust our own testimony. And so when I notice myself feeling that way, what I turn it to is, what do I know to be true to myself right now? What is inescapably and unequivocally true to me in this moment? And then what you realize is that what's really bothering you is not the memory, but how that memory is making you feel today. It is your feeling today that is upsetting you. And it is also you today that has the potential to do something about that feeling. What would you like to do with that feeling? Do you want to keep it? Do you want it to remain the same? Do you want to change it? I needed to explain to myself why my teen self did things they did. Alright, this just goes out for everybody. If you're holding on to stuff that you did as a teenager, don't. You were a teenager. Have you met teenagers? They are insane. They are completely unhinged. We don't need to hold on to stuff that we did as teenagers, because teenagers are absolutely mental. What if I need that embarrassing moment at the 6th grade dance memory in the future? Yeah, what I realized is, like, when I hold on to stuff like that and I hold on to it for a long time, I find that it might be hard to let go because I've held on to it for so long. It's like, well, I've held on to it for this long, I must need it. You gotta remember that that's another part of this. The feeling of, well, I've held it for so long already, I might as well take it the rest of the way. Or maybe you've held on to it this long because it has taken you this long to learn to let it go. Maybe that's the reason why you held on to it, was so that you could learn to let it go. Because eventually you're gonna have to let it go. Eventually we all have no choice but to let everything go. That's the inescapable truth of a mortal existence. Eventually you're gonna have to let it all go. So if there's stuff that you don't really like holding on to, why not let go of it a little bit sooner? In fact, this was the opposite of unhinged, overly reserved. See, I don't necessarily mean so much the behaviors. It's more so the thought processes. So whether you're like an active, you're out in the community and you're spray painting on stuff and you're smoking cigarettes and you're, doing mischief, or you're just hanging out in your room reading comic books and playing video games, it's like, when I talk about a teenager being unhinged, I mean like it's their cognitive processes. It's like stuff that is just completely irrelevant in the grand scheme of things will become an object of your fixation. You will become obsessed with something for no other purpose other than it's just whatever you're interested in at that time. So when I talk about teenagers being unhinged, I mean they just don't have... the cake isn't done baking. It's still a little wet in the middle. It needs a few more minutes in the oven. It's almost done. It looks like a cake, smells like a cake, but the center is still a little uncooked. I tried to dance at that dance because no one was dancing and got laughed at and made fun of. Well, okay, hold on. Now let's reframe this. We're actually gonna let this one go today because this is entirely just worthy of letting go. So let me get this straight. You were the brave one at a social gathering of children who thought that they were too cool to dance, but in reality they were all scared to dance. That's why they weren't dancing. Let me just remind you of that, is because they were terrified, but you were brave enough to do it. And the way that they cope with their own embarrassment is by directing it towards you, the one that actually was willing to do something. If you are at a dance, you should be dancing. You were dancing at a dance. That's what you're supposed to do. GNG, thank you for resubscribing earlier, by the way. Just noticed you did that during the intro. Thank you. I was the one who was cool to pick on, so I should have known. Oh, so you were popular. You were the object of everyone's attention. You were popular. Like, if you're at a party and no one is dancing, you want to be the one to start dancing, because that's what people are doing. They're waiting for somebody to give them the go-ahead. They are waiting for permission to dance. They're waiting for it to be socially acceptable to dance. Kind of like when there's food at a party and everybody's just staring at it, waiting for somebody to start eating. Be the one who starts eating. Alrighty. Let's take a look into that old question box, shall we? I've been doing a lot of thinking lately, and have discovered something about myself. You know, I just want to say that that's a great use of winter time. Winter time is a very introspective time. You got a lot of time to think. At least that's what I've found myself doing. Got a lot of time to think. I've been a perfectionist my whole life, and I just realized where it comes from. Growing up in a volatile household, I felt like I had to be able to predict my father's moods. Yeah, that'll do it to you. That'll do it to you. The inconsistency, and sometimes even when you do everything right, it's still not good enough. Yeah, if you're a perfectionist today, it might be due to the inconsistent, the inconsistent parenting you were getting. Parents directing their frustration onto you. Their emotional volatility. And so you try to do everything right, because if I do everything right, then they won't be mad, but then they're still mad anyway. And so you're like, well, I must have done something wrong, and so you start hyper-fixating on your flaws. And then what you realize is that it had nothing to do with me. I was just the outlet. I was just the one that their anger and frustration is being transferred onto. I was the easy target. I do that in relationships with guys. I blame my parents. Blaming your parents is a good place to start. You recognize where it came from. You recognize, this is who I learned this from. This is who taught me to be this way. But that's just the beginning, you know? It's like, okay, but now I'm the one who has to do something about it. A lot of people find out that it was my parents' fault? Okay. And then that's just where they leave it. They're like, okay, I know who to blame now. Okay, I'll go on about my life. That's where a lot of people, they're like, oh, okay, so I'm not to blame? Okay, good. And then they go on about their life. And what ends up happening is they end up repeating those behaviors. They end up becoming their parents in many of these situations. So we recognize how it happened, we recognize where it came from, but we also have to understand that it's up to us to do something about it. We have to be accountable for how we are today, because we're the ones who have the power to do something about it. You know, we're the only ones who can change us. I feel that I'm kind of the scapegoat for my parents. And how do you think that that has impacted you? Do you find yourself assuming accountability when you aren't actually the one responsible for something? You know, if somebody's mad, do you find it being like, oh, well, what did I do? I must have done something to upset them. Not me having to deprogram from being a people pleaser. Just as a reminder, people pleasers out there, you are people, so it's your turn. So please yourself. Growing up in a volatile household, I felt like I had to be able to predict my father's moods. I was also made to feel that if I wasn't perfect all of the time, that he wouldn't love me because I wouldn't get affection from him unless I did well. Isn't that a bummer? Isn't that just such a bummer? You know, to have a relationship with a parent where it's like you have to worry about not being good enough for their love. Isn't that just such a fucking downer? Like, the fact that a parent does that to their kid makes them feel like their love is conditional and you have to earn it. That's just that whole, I will never understand parents that do that to their children. And then they'll say like, oh no, of course I love you. Of course I do. It's like, okay, well then communicate that, like show it somehow, you know? I felt I've kind of engraved it into my head that I'm not a legit person. I'm just an outlet for things. You're more than an outlet, Dean. You're Dean. You're Dean, for crying out loud. So what does it mean to be Dean? Then you get older and your parents admit their parents also did the same things to them. It really is a cycle. Oh, it absolutely is a cycle. We call it generational trauma. Or you have parents who justify the way that they were by saying, well, you're lucky that my parents weren't your parents. We also have parents who will justify their own crappy behaviors by reminding you that you would have had it way worse if grandma and grandpa raised you. And then they show you the scars that they had from their upbringing. It's easy to justify your own behaviors, even if they're crappy behaviors, where you say, well, at least there's people out there worse than me. I'm not the worst person in the world, so, you know, it's one of the ways we rationalize. Now, I feel like understanding that and, showing empathy to your parents for the way that they were raised is a really important step in your healing. Showing empathy for them isn't condoning what they did. It isn't, saying that it was right how they treated you. It's just saying that, based on how they were raised, what they were dealing with, that's how they turned out. I feel like being able to talk about generational trauma is a really important step in healing, especially for these types of estranged families. Just recognizing that, none of us are perfect. We've all made mistakes and we need to own up to that, and we want to try to do better. My dad said he never hit my brother because he didn't want to make him a wuss. I got hit instead, and I'm a woman. The logic and the implications in that are highly concerning. When my mom was 1, her dad had a mental breakdown at Christmas and had to be hospitalized. The older siblings remember that and don't forgive their father. Mom loved her dad despite his many, many faults. They're like, yeah, they remember it as, you remember that time that dad ruined Christmas? I feel as though I have to go through a lot of BS to gain love from my parents, and that's not fair, is it? Because the thing about that is, if that's the relationship that your parents have with you, if it's never good enough, then it's never going to be good enough. They're just going to keep moving the goalposts. You're going to feel like, maybe now, I'll get that love I'm looking for, but it's still just like, oh, hey, it looks like you gained a little bit of weight there. That's like, you can't get a win. It's like, hey, guess what? I graduated. And they're like, oh, yeah, great. Now, good luck trying to find a job. It's like, you can never get a win. They're always moving the goalposts. You're like, maybe now they'll be happy. Maybe now they'll be proud of me. Maybe now they'll tell me they love me. But it's always just, they're just giving you breadcrumbs. Perfectionism is hard to shake. It can be, absolutely. Don't let perfect get in the way of good. Get back into this question here. Another thing that came to mind was if I wasn't able to be perfect, I would be punished harshly by him. As an adult now, I sit down and try to do things I want to do, like art or writing, but I struggle to even start. Yeah, you're thinking about the ways that you're gonna mess up before you even give yourself a chance to mess up. That's really what perfectionism is you're pre-imagining all of the ways that you could mess this thing up. You're like, oh. It's important to realize that the only error here is the error in our thinking. The only way to fail truly is to not try. Yeah, so if you allow perfectionism to prevent you from even getting started, what we're really dealing with here is a fear of failure. Recognize perfectionism as a fear of failure. The real question to ask yourself here is, am I punishing myself too harshly for failing? Am I the one currently punishing myself for feeling like I'm not good enough? Because, you look around and you're sitting there over your art supplies and you're looking over your shoulder. It's like, Dad's not here. It's just me. So now am I the one who's being overly critical of myself because of what I have learned? How do I want to treat myself? What do I want to do differently? What do I need to do to change that? Being bad at these things, which I know is normal, just makes me spiral. Being bad at something is just the start of being kind of good at something. I want to be able to enjoy these things, but this is holding me back. No matter how I try to reframe, I just seem to struggle with having a healthy mindset. Please, I need help. I don't want this to be this way forever. Okay, you won't be, by the way. You won't be. Unless you want to be. It's really important to appreciate a beginner's mindset. Do you remember, well, we might have to look back. We might have to look back, and it might not be at home, it might not be within this context, but there are probably other situations. Maybe you were at school, maybe you were with your friends, and you were doing something and you're doing it for the first time and it's new, and it's exciting. You had that beginner's mind when the world was full of wonder and possibility before we get old and jaded, as people often do. Be okay with not being great. Be okay with learning, be okay with growing. Because that's how you heal, is through growth. And so if you want to heal, allow yourself to grow. I often have thoughts of disowning my family. The way that I look at that situation is like, is your family earning the privilege of being around you, of having a place in your life? Have they earned that? Do they deserve it? If they're only hurting you, if they're only bringing you down, if they're making you feel like, emotionally overwhelmed and frustrated and angry with yourself, if they're just treating you like a scapegoat, then maybe they're not doing everything they could to earn that place in your life. You've only got so much room. You've only got so much emotional energy to give. We want to make sure that we're not pouring it out into a cup that's full of holes. Don't let the label of family make it so that you tolerate being mistreated. Don't let that word, family, don't let that lock you into a situation where you're being mistreated. You've told them you felt like an outsider, but they just say, no, you're not, and that's it. So they're dismissive and they're minimizing the way that you're feeling, and they're telling you that you're wrong in your feelings. Do you see why this might make you second guess yourself? Do you see why this might make you question yourself? You know, you have these feelings and they are valid and they are real, but then you have people who are telling you, no, they aren't real. Those shouldn't be taken seriously. Like, yeah, that's going to make you not be able to trust your own judgment. It's going to make you unable to trust your own emotions, your own intuitions. I would encourage you to not use them as your moral compass. I recently cut contact with my family and it feels freeing, but also scary. Freedom is scary, but freedom is also exciting. Excitement and fear are produced in the same parts of your brain. It's true, it is the scare-arousal center of the brain. I think that's also why some people are attracted to monsters. Some people have an attraction to like monsters and stuff, and you might wonder why that is, and I think it's because it's in the same part of your brain. Like all these people are like, ooh, Pyramid Head from Silent Hill. I'm just like, really? Okay, Pyramid Head. It's a good idea for a presentation. It is. And that's why we did it on Halloween last year. We did the psychology of fear. You missed it? It should be on YouTube, actually. I might have to go and find it and title it. Oh wait, no, it's up there. It's actually, I uploaded it and it's titled appropriately. It's on the YouTube, if you're curious. Questioner, you're in the process of letting go of your perfectionism. Don't insist that you have to do it perfectly. Don't allow your perfectionism to prevent you from overcoming your perfectionism. The very issue that you're trying to deal with is also the one that's going to make it difficult to do. Just sit down and start doodling. Just sit down and get started. Just make a line on that blank canvas. got a TikTok. We've only got a few days left on TikTok, don't we? I think it gets banned in America on the 19th.
何んち这樱桃行何
Like,
んち这樱桃
I like the idea of owning a monkey, but honestly, owning a monkey sounds... I'm trying to decide, it's like, would having a pet monkey be worse than having a human child? I don't know. I think the jury's out on that one. I don't know. I'm just not quite sure. Both sound awful? I know, but I feel like with the monkey, at least you can come to expect what it's gonna do, and it can be more predictable, and you might be able to have more balance and normalcy. But with a child, it's like right when just right when you start to think that things are going great, they hit puberty, and now they're a teenager, and they're stinky, and they're moody, and they hate you. And you're like, what did I do? And you don't know what you did. They just hate you. So I don't know. Monkey or human? I don't know. We'll have to think about it. The kid will eventually grow up and maybe be useful. It's a big maybe. We have a demon paralegal update. She is a Zionist. Oh. Well. Are we surprised? When are we going to Cheesecake Factory? In a few hours. We're going to Cheesecake Factory in a few hours. We're gonna go get dinner with Petey out at the Cheesecake Factory. Can I be messy and ask her, do you want to be messy? Sometimes for the sake of our own mental peace, it's nice to just not be messy. Sometimes it's just nice to go, oof. You just go, oof, and then you keep going on about your day. You're like, oof. I understand that, you know, drama can be exciting. Drama is interesting. But you gotta remember that if I'm living a life where I'm just constantly seeking out drama and then wondering why my life is always stressful and dramatic, you know, you may answer your own question. I mean, what I would do, because this is just workplace appropriate, is I would just give death glares. That's what I would do. I would just be, you know, give them the stink eye. because that is permissible. I'm having trouble sorting my not real ideas. Start with what you know to absolutely unequivocally be true. I am here. This is now. If you start to feel like you're getting lost in your own mind, just bring it back to what you really know. I am here. This is now. I don't know if I'll ever feel like a legit person. Do you want to? At the current moment, no. If you don't want it to happen, then it might not happen. Let me just tell you that regardless of whether or not you feel like a legit person, you are a legit person. And so the question is not whether or not you are a legitimate person. That's not what you need to get sorted out. What you need to get sorted out is that I don't feel like one. When you are objectively, undeniably one. I feel like I've tried for so long that I've given up and shut down. Well, what's the harm in continuing to try? If I've been trying to do something and it's not working, what are my options? Give up on that thing that I'm working on, try a new method of working on that thing to see if that works instead, asking for help from somebody who has worked on that thing or who knows how that thing works so that they can help to guide me through the process. So you have multiple options here, and only one of those options is to give up. You've got many more options that could be much more helpful, much more enjoyable. This morning, I woke up to a text from my BFF, and it was a screenshot of her weight loss journey from the past 8 months. She has lost over 60 pounds since she started taking the Ozempic drug. I'm happy and proud of her, don't get me wrong, but the conversations we've had about it, even she thinks it's like cheating. Well, it kind of is. It kind of is. And I mean, you know, just based on what I've heard people say about it, just based on, you know, some of the things people have said, things I've heard, how it works, what it does to you. Yeah, to my understanding, it basically just highly suppresses your appetite, but it also slows your metabolism, and so some people will develop gastroparesis, which is where the food that you eat isn't being digested fast enough, and so it literally rots inside of your digestive tract. And so, just I've just heard stuff about. I'm just like, Like, I'm very suspicious of weight loss drugs, like, or stuff that's marketed for weight loss, because weight loss is such a priority for people. Just look at like New Year's resolutions. The top one every year is always, you know, I want to get in shape, I want to lose weight. It's a really big deal for a lot of people, and when there is a solution for that, they will jump on board with that. You know, there's always a new fad diet, a new exercise routine, something new that's popular to help people lose weight, get in shape. And I worry about what the long-term consequences will be for the use of stuff like this. So I'd say for a lot of people, it's like there's risk in taking it, but the risks that you face from being like very overweight long term are also very high. So it's like you're trading a risk for a risk. The Ozempic craze is so mind-boggling to me. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills here with how on board so many people are with hopping on and off of this kind of stuff. It's like, I have just seen too many people with like eating disorders or disordered eating, you know, an adverse relationship with food. And what I know is like, your brain's relationship with food is something that you do not want to fuck with. You don't want to mess up your brain's relationship with food. You need food. You need to eat to survive. And so changing your brain's relationship to food is very risky. And I don't know if doctors are doing their due diligence in talking about the potential risks of this kind of stuff, because people just see this and they're like, oh, I could lose a bunch of weight. Awesome. Sign me up. You're basically just inducing anorexia. So I don't know. I'm very suspicious of this kind of stuff, because I know that people are just very eager for a quick and easy fix to losing weight. A lot of people struggle with their body image, a lot of people struggle with their weight, and an easy solution for that is highly appealing. You're not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of it either. Like, I'm not gonna bash people who do it because, a lot of people have a lot of different reasons for going on it. I'm not gonna judge or criticize them, but I would hope that everyone is very mindful of the risks that it can pose to you. Having food rot inside of your digestive tract does not sound that appealing. Oh yeah, and the way that I've heard some people describe it is just like they're kind of just like starving themselves. I'm just like, I don't know. I don't know. And then there's a lot of people who are just like, well, if I'm gonna keep the weight off, I have to stay on it forever. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm always suspicious of these types of drugs, like weight loss drugs and that kind of stuff, because you gotta remember these things are highly appealing to people. Tons of people struggle with their weight. Tons of people struggle with their body image. They want to look fit. They want to shed the lbs. And people will jump onto stuff that we might not fully understand, or we might not fully be aware of the risks. I'm just like, give it 5 years, give it 10 years, and see what people think of it then. I would just give stuff a little bit more time to be properly understood. Like, I do worry about what some of the side effects that people are going to be facing in 5-10 years, because it's like, I don't know. I'll get off it, but I have such a bad feeling about it on like a deep, like, gut instinctual level that it's just hard not to be like critical of it. And I would highly recommend to not mess with your brain's relationship with food through the use of medication, because that's a mechanism that you need to be very mindful of. What about people that have been taking it for years for diabetes? Well, that's what it exists for, and I'm fine with people doing it for that because it's a treatment for diabetes. But a lot of people are just taking it and they don't have diabetes. They're just taking it because they want to lose weight. As it turns out, losing weight is good if you're diabetic. Anyway, I'll get back to the question. I'll get off my soapbox. I know she hasn't changed much of her lifestyle, and she doesn't go to the gym. So, you know, this is where it's like, okay, yeah, well, then it kind of is cheating. If you want to lose weight and be healthy, you need healthy habits. You know, you need a good diet. You need exercise. We've known this for a long time. It's like you want to have, you know, that fitness. You got to put the work in and go for it. It's what helps to support that lifestyle of being more like physically fit and being, you know, more active. She does have 2 5-year-old twins to chase after daily. I fear for what will happen when she comes off this drug. I've seen and heard some awful things about the after effects of what this medication does to people. I want to support her and be positive about it for her. How can I work on reframing those thoughts towards this whole subject? Well, I would just say that if she wants to maintain that weight loss, she's going to need habits that can support that body type that she's looking for. You know, if you want to be skinny and fit, you probably need to go to the gym. You have to actively work on it, you know, and you have to at least maintain and upkeep it. It's like, it's hard to be skinny if you're just like, well, I'm just hanging out at home, just watching TV shows. It's like, we're talking about cognitive behavioral therapy or cannabitriol. We're talking about the secret third CBT, because that's what we're talking about. The secret third CBT. Also, the reason why everyone's bonking you is because we have a no sorries policy here. You don't have to apologize for asking a question. Will I be made privy to the secret? No, it was cognitive behavioral therapy. It was the first one. You got it right. Well, questioner, I think just be real with your friend. If you have concerns about it, express those concerns. If you have feelings about it, let them know. And also remind them that if they want to keep that weight off, they're going to need habits that support it. They're going to need to be on the proper diet. They're going to need the proper amount of exercise. Because what is happening with a lot of people who will lose weight on this kind of stuff is they'll lose the weight and then they'll go off the drug because they don't want to keep taking it, and then they gain the weight back because they have done no behavioral change. I want to up my antidepressants so I can feel less emotions. You know, that's one of the reasons why a lot of people take antidepressants, is because it does have a sort of emotional numbing effect. And what that can help you do is it can help you to work on and process those emotions because they don't feel so overwhelming. They're not as sharp and pointy. Kind of files it down a little bit, takes the edge off. And so if it allows you to do the work that you're looking to do in managing those emotions and processing those feelings, then I would say, yeah, go for it. If you feel like it would help you. But don't just say, I want to numb it and leave it at that, because that's not the road you want to go down. That's why people end up turning to stuff like alcohol and drugs, is because they want to numb it, and then that's all they want to do, is because numbing it is good enough. But numbing it in the long run just makes it hurt later. There was a story on the radio about this generation of weight loss drugs, and just like with the bariatric or lap band surgery, there needs to be a process of preparing with psychological counseling and a lifelong nutrition plan. Absolutely. Absolutely. That they'll do that. Like if they're going to do a surgery on you, so like a weight loss surgery, they need to make sure that you are committed and you have the behaviors so that you're not going to, go right back to what you were doing. Because some of these surgeries, they will like take out part of your stomach. They will just make your stomach smaller. They'll go in there and they'll just take some staples and just... Smaller stomach means less food eating. But then you know what people end up doing? They continue to eat because eating is a coping mechanism for them. Eating makes them feel good. Eating makes them feel comfortable. And they're used to just eating until they're stuffed. And so what happens? Your stomach starts to stretch. Your stomach stretches out again. CBT never worked for me. I'm far too on my terms oriented, and the only therapy that has worked has been on my terms when it is useful for me. Proper psychotherapy, in fact, was the only thing that helped, because after the fact, I've always been excellent at changing my own behavior along with a less destructive path or even a productive one. CBT is just a framework. The thing about therapies is they're just frameworks. There's a lot of things that go into a therapeutic approach that's catered to the individual that is in the therapy. Maybe you didn't need so much hand-holding. Maybe you were more comfortable with accepting accountability and recognizing the errors in your thinking and then working to change them. And that's good. That's good. It was hard to watch. Oh, I bet. Just seeing somebody do that to themselves, it's like you're watching somebody self-harm, but with food. I think one of the things that can be a helpful mindset change in, overcoming these self-defeating, self-destructive habits is to recognize them for what they are. This is self-harm. This is self-destruction. Am I coping or am I reinforcing, my maladaptive coping strategies? I just want to not be here anymore. I'm tired of trying to constantly figure out my life, work, etc. I'm sick of feeling dumb and frustrated and never being able to accomplish anything. I constantly have thoughts of not being here anymore, but I never act on it. What should I do? Listen to the part of you that doesn't act on it. Listen to the part of you that doesn't want to do it. Listen to the part of you that doesn't want to give up. It might be a quiet part of yourself. It might be more subtle. It might be hidden in the back somewhere, but that's the part of you that you really want to listen to. That's the part of you that wants to see you thriving instead of just surviving. Here's the thing. Life isn't meant to be entirely figured out. You're going to leave, like me, you, everybody here, we are going to leave life as clueless as we entered it. It's okay. We're not going to figure everything out. Sometimes all we have to do is get through the day that we're in. Sometimes all we got to do is get through the moment that we're in. So when life feels too big, that's because it is. Don't take on the problems of an entire lifetime today. Focus on today. Get through today. Worry about tomorrow when you get there. What's important to remember is that you're not alone in these feelings, and there are people out there who would love to help you. So I would encourage you to reach out to them. You know, whether it be a hotline, whether it be a friend, a family member, a counselor, somebody that you can trust to open up to. I just want to let you know that you're not bothering anybody. You're not a burden to anybody for having these feelings. These feelings are real and they are valid, and you deserve to talk to somebody about them. Just take it one day at a time, friend. That's all you can do. It's all any of us can do, really. Don't worry about the problems of an entire lifetime. Just focus on today. Today is much more manageable. But if we're trying to figure out life, we're trying to figure out work, we're trying to figure out all these things, it's too much. It's too much for any one person to handle. Petey Plastic with the Prime sub. Hey, Petey, how's it going? Petey's here. Hey, Petey. We're going to the Cheesecake Factory later. Everybody say hi, Petey. You're stoked for cheese? I am too, honestly. I'm very looking forward to going to the Cheesecake Factory later. That's Petey. We were streaming together yesterday. We went out to the gun range. We went to the antique mall. We went to Walmart. We did all sorts of stuff. We made dinner back here. We played some Mario Party. We had a good day yesterday. Had a lot of fun. And you know what it felt like? That's what family feels like. That's what family feels like. Feel like you can just be yourself. You don't have to worry about being criticized or judged. You're just accepted as you are. Feels good, doesn't it? We had a nice full day. Is Cheesecake Factory pricey? Not too pricey. It's like, compared to like a regular restaurant, it might be a little bit more expensive, but the portion sizes are American. Even possibly bigger than your average American serving. I'm talking like 2,000 calories for a plate. So, you know, you might be able to get 2 meals out of it. You know, you pay $22 for an entree, but that could feed you for a day. You know, you could eat half of it now and half of it later. What does it say about me if I really only have highly negative experiences and continue to do so with state-sanctioned and primary care services in relation to therapy and psychiatry, but not when I pay for a private clinician whom I largely have positive relationships with? There's a lot more room for nuance, and there's a lot more room for specificity and a individually catered approach when you're going the private angle. You know, they can, you know, follow an entirely different rhythm, something that works better for you in a private setting. Whereas if it is state sanctioned, they have rules and guidelines because they're getting their money from the state, and the only way that they get the money from the state is if they show that they followed this evidence-based practice that they teach and that they make you use. So, but in a private setting, it can be much more, you know, they get to be much more independent, much more autonomy in a private setting. Now, don't get me wrong, there is room for nuance in a state-sanctioned setting, but there also is a lot more of an emphasis on specific treatment modalities in a state-sanctioned setting, because they get reimbursed from the state, and they only get that money if they're using the methods that the state says is the ones that they should use. But if you go and you see a private practitioner, they could do whatever they want. They don't have to worry about getting state funding. They have a lot more room for nuance and, you know, they can fine-tune. They also might not be overloaded. A lot of state-sanctioned providers are vastly overloaded. They've got way too big of a caseload, and so it waters down the quality of care. Hang in there, questioner. We want to see you doing well, alright? So hang in there. I don't want to get better. I've made my peace. Which sounds to me like getting better. You know, if you're making peace with something, isn't that better than what there was? If we're making peace, then that means that there was war, and I would say that peace is an improvement over conflict. What percentage of you doesn't want to get better? Is it 100%? Because it's probably not 100%. Maybe it's like 80%, maybe 70%. Try to figure that out. How much of me doesn't want to get better? Why wouldn't you want to get better? I think you want to be better, but you are tired of trying. But if you want to talk about that, you want to talk about maybe some things we could try differently, I'm open to it. Last one, I promise. We've only got a few more days left for TikToks.
So this is love. So
It's so curly, it looks like a Cocker Spaniel.
this is love. So this is what
Is
makes
this a type of pigeon? Wow, it looks all done up. Hold on. Oh yeah, it's a type of pigeon. It's called the frillback. I didn't know this was a thing, but now I do. Wow. Okay. A fancy pigeon. Have you ever seen some of these chickens? Some of these chickens that they'll have at they'll have like chicken shows, kind of like a dog show, except it's chickens. And they have all sorts of chickens that you just wouldn't even believe. There's a documentary on competitive chicken shows. Hold on. Let me tell you the name of it. It's called Chicken People, 2016. I would recommend it. It's a funny documentary, and it highlights the largest national poultry competition. And they follow the 3 top competitors. So I recommend it. I really enjoyed this documentary. It's called Chicken People. If you just want to look into... Hold on. Let's watch the trailer.
It's like the Westminster of the chickens.
All the best breeders are here. They all bring their best birds.
They're nitpicking everything. It's the eye color, it's the feather quality, it's the wings, the feet, the toes, it's the whole package.
We have a
The whole package.
written description of every feather, what it's exactly supposed to be.
It's down to a
studied my
science.
standard of perfection time and time and time.
It's a book. There's a book. It's called Standard of Perfection, and it came out in 1910, and it tells you exactly how every type of chicken is supposed to look. And people try to achieve chickens that look like the chickens that are in the book. That's how it's scored. It really is the
Time
best
and
in
time
show
and
for
time
chickens.
again.
I've been called obsessive, which, you know, I wouldn't go that far, but
I'm a hatchaholic. They call me that because I hatch a lot of chicks.
And the male stands right there and flaps his wings and says, "You want a piece of me? You want a piece of me?"
He didn't like her a bit.
What can you do to bump up from third place to first?
Some hold grudges against other birds and never forget how mean another bird was, and others are best friends.
Looks like I'm gonna get fertility out of that one.
He invites
All right, if you're looking for a new documentary to watch, I would recommend Chicken People. If you're looking for something lighthearted, kind of funny, a little offbeat, check it out. It's a pity that chickens exhibit absolutely no sign of higher cognitive function, hence the term bird-brained. Although you gotta remember that even though they don't have like a neocortex, and that's where you get that higher level of functioning, they do have abilities that we don't really fathom. You know, like magnetic navigation is pretty cool. Dinosaur would have been delicious. I bet it would have tasted just like chicken. I bet it would have tasted just like chicken. I am feeling embarrassed to send this question in, but I'm having a hard time accepting my sexual past. I essentially wish I saved myself and didn't do the things I've done in my past. I was introduced to sexual stuff at a very young age, and I feel like it influenced me to do things as I was growing through my adolescence. So what are our options here? Let's look at it. Let's look at it logically. What are our options here? You know, we can't go back and change it. We can't undo anything that has been done. And so acceptance is really the only way forward. Now, when we say acceptance, acceptance does not mean condoning. Acceptance does not mean that it was, you know, something that we're fond of or proud of. That's not what acceptance means. Acceptance just means it is what it is. It is what it is. Which is it is tricky to do at the beginning. It is tricky to do, but it is something that does get easier with practice. We call it radical acceptance. The things that have happened to you, the things that you have done, they help to shape you, but they do not define you. An important part in acceptance is recognizing that, you know, by not accepting things as they are or as they were, I'm continuing to prevent myself from healing. That's who you were. That doesn't have to be who you are. In 2018, 2 men I lived with were investigated for human trafficking and modern-day slavery in regards to myself. Now that's a story. But now you're safe, now you're free. Wow. We're gonna review this real quick. I had a presentation on radical acceptance that we went through previously. And what I want to do is I want to go back through the how to use radical acceptance slide real quick. So I think this is something that's really helpful to take a look at, especially if you're having a hard time accepting something from your past. So let's just go ahead and walk through it real quick. The first step in radical acceptance is to acknowledge reality. As uncomfortable as it might make us, we are accepting that things are the way that they are, things were the way that they were, the things that happened, happened. Identify what it is that we are resistant of. Why is it that I don't want to accept that this happened? We want to state the facts of the situation without emotional judgment. See, this is why it can be so difficult to practice radical acceptance. This is why it can be such a challenge to accept the things that have happened to us, is because of this emotional judgment. We look back on things and we say, wow, I was such an idiot, or wow, why didn't I know better? And that's keeping that wound open. It's preventing us from healing. So we want to look at the facts as they are without judging ourselves. And that can be tricky in the beginning, especially if we're accustomed to being judgmental of ourselves, which, you know, you and I both know that that's what we like to do. We like to look back and think, what the fuck was I thinking? What was I doing? Like, what was going through my mind? Looking back on a previous time of your life and thinking, you know, what was I doing? What was I thinking? That makes no sense. That's a sign of growth. That's a sign that you are not that person anymore. You are who you are today. And you've learned and you've grown. Can we begin to develop certain aspects, such as a higher self/witness state? Ah, see, now you're talking. This is a meditation practice. To look at our thoughts, our feelings, whatever it is that is going through our mind at that particular moment from a detached place, from the role of an observer. You are observing yourself as if you would observe any other phenomenon in nature. The wind blowing through the trees, a fish swimming in the river, a deer prancing through a field. The thoughts that are happening in your head are just as much of a product of nature as the wind in the trees. So observe it as if you would observe any other phenomenon of nature. The next step is to notice that resistance. The things that, when I say resistance, I mean we're looking back at things and we're telling ourselves it shouldn't have been that way. It shouldn't have happened. It wasn't fair. That is us resisting the acceptance. Recognize that resistance is a natural but ultimately unhelpful reaction to these things. And to commit to the acceptance, we want to affirm ourselves. It is what it is. Bring yourself to the current moment that you're in. Ground yourself. Practice those mindfulness techniques. And lastly, redirect that energy. Engage with the moment that you are in. What can I do to take meaningful action? How can I redirect this energy into problem solving instead of rumination? I cannot change the things that have happened to me. The only thing that I can change is the way that I respond to those things that have happened to me. So where am I trying to get to? What needs to happen? Do I need to forgive myself? Do I need to show myself some compassion? Do I need to show myself some love? Do I need to recognize that in those moments, I was just doing the best I could with what I had, and now, where I'm at, I look back on it and I feel some type of way, whether it be, regret, shame, remorse, whatever it might be. That is the feeling that I'm trying to deal with. My problem is not with the things that have happened. My problem is with my response. That is what is preventing me from finding peace. It is what it is. So what do I want to do about it? So I'm going to touch on these real quick too while we're here. Common misconceptions about radical acceptance. I feel like a part of what people get hung up on when it comes to radical acceptance is they assume that acceptance means approval. And that is not the same thing. Accepting things as they are, the nature of reality, does not mean that you approve. It does not mean you're saying it's okay. It doesn't mean that you're agreeing with it, or that you're condoning it. Also, acceptance is not giving up. It's what allows you to find clarity and allows you to be a better problem solver. And so it's not passivity, it's actually an active process. Also, it's not as easy as it sounds. It's a practice that requires effort, especially in those emotionally charged situations. And so if it doesn't come to you quickly, it's not supposed to. If it feels difficult, that's because it is difficult. But how do we make difficult things easier to do? What's the magic word? How do we make difficult things easier to do? The magic word is... Got a hint? Drum roll. The word we're looking for is practice. Questioner, I would also just look at it this way. You got your wild days out while you were young, and that's kind of the way it's supposed to be. You know what I mean? In the grand scheme of things, just look at it this way. Would you rather have had those wild days when you were young, or would you rather have, you know, because this is also something that happens, is people live very mellow, peaceful lives, and then they find themselves in their later years and they're like, I never had a party phase. And then they start going wild when they're, you know, in their later years. We grow up in stages. I feel like a good way to look at this is to say, you know, I had my wild days. I'm not especially proud of them, and that's why I'm not continuing to behave that way. This shows that I've grown. This shows that I've learned and I've changed. But if we're continuing to punish ourselves today for who we were in the past, then we are the one who is inhibiting our healing. So what can we do to celebrate ourselves today? Alright, we got another question in the box. This is also the most up-to-date question in the box, so if you have a question that you'd like to submit, we'll get to it right away. Just so you know. Let's take a look. I challenged my social anxiety today by meeting up with some girls from college who I don't know that well yet. It ended up being 4 hours of me not having anything to say and struggling to relate to them and share part in the conversation. I'm proud of myself for going, but it's discouraging when it went as bad as I feared it would. I don't know how to stay strong and keep trying. Okay. Let me break it to you. That maybe, just maybe, these people that you didn't know that well and that you don't have much in common with, these people that you have a hard time relating to, maybe, just maybe, They're not the people that you want to hang out with. Just a thought. Just maybe. 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 You know, you hung out with these people for hours and you just didn't really feel that connection, you know? Who's to say that that's on you? Maybe they just weren't a good fit. You know, but the thing is, hey, you went out there, you gave it a try anyway. So that's a win. You know, saying that it went as bad as you feared it would, it's like, well, it could have been way worse. Could have been way worse. You could have pooped your pants. You know? I find that helpful sometimes. You know, if we're looking back on a situation, be like, man, that was really bad. You know, a good way to reframe it is be like, well, at least I didn't poop my pants. So let me get this straight. You challenged your anxiety, W. You went out and you spent time with some people, W. You didn't have much to say because you didn't really relate to them, okay. Not an L, just you're gaining information, you're learning about who these people are. And now we're feeling discouraged. I think you just need to try to find people that you might relate to a little more. You know? There are so many people out there, and there are people out there that you will relate to. You'll relate to people that it'll feel impossibly easy. It'll feel ridiculously easy. You'll feel like, oh, I feel like I've known this person my entire life. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. I don't know how to stay strong and keep trying. Alright, I'm just gonna be real with you. The way to stay strong and to keep trying is to not beat yourself up over this. You gotta save your strength, but you're gonna tire yourself out beating the crap out of yourself. This is an unequivocal win. Even though it didn't go perfectly, it didn't go terribly. Who knows? You know, I wouldn't even necessarily write these people off yet. You know, maybe you only got to see one side of them. You know, who's to say? They could still surprise you. You know, because if I hang out with people and somebody's quiet or they don't have much to say, I'm not sitting there like judging them for that. I'm not sitting there criticizing them or, you know, thinking anything negative about them. I just assume that they are quiet. There's nothing wrong with being quiet. I like to be quiet. If somebody else can do the talking, it saves me the trouble of having to do it. I can just use my ears. Using your ears takes a lot less work than blowing all that air through your meat hole. It's a lot easier to just sit there like a sponge and absorb information. So what are we looking for? We looking for less social anxiety? Are we looking to make more friends? Do we want more friends? Is that what we're looking for? What's the real goal here? You know, what are we trying to do? Trying to get out there more? Trying to spend some more time around people? If that's your goal, then this is a win. You can go out and hang out with people and spend time with them and then never see them again, and that's still a win. You know, you did the thing. Are you trying to find people that you connect with on a deeper level? Are you trying to make some lasting friendships? You know, is that what we're looking for? If so, I would say that maybe we could go about that in a little bit of a different way. You gotta remember that there are layers to relationships. It's okay to have relationships where it's much more surface level. You're more like acquaintances. You know, like maybe it's a group of people you hang out with and you go and you get lunch, or you go and you know, do a thing together. It's like, okay, cool. Nothing wrong with that. We don't have to sit down and talk about the meaning of life with everybody that we meet. But time to time, there are people that we want to sit down and talk to about the meaning of life. That's you, though. Most people would criticize it. See, that's the thing. I can't even speak for most people. I can only speak for myself. You know, I feel like a quiet person is much less of an obstacle than an actively hostile person. You know? I would agree. Stigma is a big problem in society. Stigma. Not just the stigma that society puts onto people, but the stigma that we put onto ourselves. Alright, questioner, give yourself a pat on the back. This is a W. You did the thing. So keep it up. Just keep it up. You know, if you want to find people that you click with a little more, maybe do some volunteering, maybe find a club or a group, you know, where you've got mutual interests that can really help to, you know, cut through some of the pretense in meeting new people. You know, there's 8 billion people in the world, and unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to be friends with 100% of them. You know, some of them are just a little too different from me. They've got too many, you know, we don't like any of the same things. We don't share any of the same ideas. We don't like any of the same foods. Like, what do we have in common? Why are we hanging out? In trying to meet more people, you're going to meet people that you're just like, yeah, this isn't somebody that I really care to hang out with. And that's fine. That's fine. You have the right to be selective in choosing who to surround yourself with. But try not to be so selective that you find yourself all alone. Why do a lot of famous serial killers not kill their wives? Okay, that's a question. Well, I've got an answer, actually. To maintain their cover. If you kill your own wife, you're gonna get investigated, because when somebody's wife dies, the first person that they always investigate is their spouse. Because like 98% of the time, that's probably the person that killed them. And so if you're a serial killer and you want to continue to get away with it, you don't do it at home. You do it outside the home, because it also helps to maintain this facade of like being somebody that people wouldn't suspect. You know, you're a family man. Like, think about like BTK, you know, like he was married, he had kids, but he was out there like doing all the terrible stuff that he was doing. Having a family can give you that level of like avoidance of suspicion. You know, you're not some like drifter. You're not like, you know, just some random like, you know what I mean? It can help to maintain the facade. What's a friendship? When two people can be in a room together and they don't mind the other one being there. Or when you talk about stuff that you like and the other person is willing to listen to you talk about it. Now, conversely, then this is something that we talked about when I was learning about serial killers in school, is a lot of serial killers will get started in their killing by killing a family member. For a lot of them, that's where they get started in killing people, is by killing somebody in their family. Not everybody, obviously. Some like serial killers, they, there's a lot of patterns, but there's also a lot of variance. It's like, if you're the type of person who's so messed up that you're just gonna go out and methodically kill people, it's like, you got a lot going on under the hood. So yeah, but that's why a lot of famous serial killers don't kill their wives, because it maintains, the act that they're trying to portray to the general public. And this is why I'm always the most suspicious of the people who go out of their way to appear very normal publicly. A lot of people put a lot of effort into projecting an idea of normalcy, and I'm always a little bit suspicious of that. I'm like, why are you trying so hard? What are you hiding? The real question here is, why do people get married to serial killers in prison? That's my question. That's something I can't wrap my head around. That's just... I get I get that some people are attracted to that sense of like, ooh, they're dangerous. You know what I mean? Or like, oh, they're just misunderstood. I can fix them. But honestly, it's very out there. Well, let me just say, if serial killers in prison can find spouses, then so can you. And you don't have to kill a bunch of people to do it. Because killing people is wrong, and it shouldn't be done. Are you an INFJ? Close. Close. I'm actually an ENFJ. Almost. You almost got me. I'm actually an ENFJ. I'm more extroverted. I like to take time on my own, but that's not necessarily what being an extrovert is about. I find that being around people helps to give me energy. Regarding the topic of stigma, is it true that everyone gossips about everyone? I feel like everybody gossips from time to time because, it's just something that people do, and sometimes we don't recognize it as gossip when we're doing it. But I feel like we want to avoid doing it any more than we do. What do the letters mean? Extroverted, intuitive, feeling, and judging. I have the protagonist personality type, which means that I have main character syndrome. An INFP? Nice. I'm trying to collect them all. INTJ is the architect, imaginative, strategic thinkers. They've got plans within plans. It's like, all right, Walter White. You forgot yours? I'm pretty sure you were INFP. Or INFJ. One of those two. A lot of the people in the community took personality tests whenever we were talking about personality types, and a lot of people got advocate and mediator. I have not met very many people from this group of personality types, and I think it's just because these just aren't people that I really spend time with. But maybe I do. Maybe I just don't know their personality type. But I haven't met many from this group. They're the explorers group, so it stands to reason why you might not know many, because they're too busy out there exploring. They're out there making YouTube videos or something. So if a person inside society chooses not to partake in gossiping, does this put them on the losing side? Depends on how you quantify winning and losing. I don't know. I feel like spending too much time gossiping just invites drama into your life. It also invites other people to gossip about you. You know, if you're the type to gossip about other people, people will feel more comfortable gossiping about you as well. So I don't know. I try to find peace in life. That to me is the real W, is just living a peaceful life. If you're curious about your personality type and you want to take the test, it's free. It's just right here on 16personalities.com. It's not super long. It's not too many questions. I mean, there's pages, but you can take it in 10, 20 minutes. Bad vibes. It's true, it's bad vibes. You gotta remember that the vibes that you emit are the vibes that are gonna bounce back at you. So if you're putting out bad vibes, you're gonna get bad vibes sent your way. But gossipers seem to enjoy bigger respect or fear than non-gossipers. Well, I find that true happiness in life comes from not caring so much what other people think about us. Like, if people are going to respect me, they're going to respect me. You know, they're going to see me for who I am, and I don't need to, you know. A lot of the most popular, famous people are notoriously apolitical. You know, there's a lot of people out there who are just, they steer clear of anything controversial, anything divisive. You know, they don't want to talk about it, and that's how they maintain their popularity. So I would say that a lot of people maintain a wide public appeal by being non-controversial. Being controversial, it only makes you popular amongst the people that agree with your take. And then it kind of makes enemies out of the people who disagree with your takes. So it's kind of inviting conflict. It's 2 p.m. Haven't eaten yet. Have you put a sticky note with a picture of a cheeseburger on your computer monitor yet? You have those visual reminders? I need to hire another mod. Should make Cutie Cheeks do it. Pick out some candidates. Let's run some mod interviews. Does it pay big dollars? No, but it's got great benefits. It's also got great raises. We double the pay of the moderator team every year. Every year we double their pay. This evening, I am in EU. Oh, hello from EU. Wow, can you believe there's a whole ass ocean in between us right now? Kind of wild to think about. My boss is telling me I need to be more firm about not worrying about getting in things that people give me last minute. Absolutely. That is true. If somebody gets you something last minute, let them know, like, all right, well, you got this to be kind of late, so I'll get it to you when I get it to you. You know, you don't have to drop everything that you're doing and focus on, you know, fixing their mistake. It's hard to build yourself up if you're spreading yourself too thin. Alright, EU friend, let's take this question. I called my BF and was super excited about my new glasses. He told me they were ugly. Being hyperactive and happy about them, he told me he did not understand how I could be so happy about a pair of glasses. He proceeded cutting off the call, saying that he had a headache and I had too much energy and therefore had to hang up. How can I take this not personally? Of course I truly respect his boundaries, but it stings at the same time, perhaps because I myself am not good at setting boundaries. Alright, let me just say that what he did was kind of mean. Just being honest, like, I view that as something, it's just, regardless of whether or not you have a headache, it's just kind of mean. Like, I understand not wanting to talk to somebody when they're excited, but there's a way that you can go about that that doesn't have to pop somebody else's balloon. You know, if a child walks in and they've got a balloon and they're really happy about it and they're like, oh, hey, look at this, I got a balloon, you know, but no. That's kind of mean. Now, this invites him to apologize for what he did, because if he can recognize, like, hey, I'm sorry, you were excited and I was rude, it's like, if he shows accountability and he's willing to admit, like, hey, I was a bit mean there, I apologize, then you can heal from it, you can move on. I feel like, okay, just this is just me in a relationship. If my partner is happy about something and they really like something, I don't care what I think about it. I'm happy that they're happy. It's like, he doesn't understand how you could be so happy about a pair of glasses. You don't understand how he could be so mean about a pair of glasses. Like, whether or not he likes the glasses, there's a polite way to address that situation. There's a more civil way to go about it. We don't have to rain on somebody's parade. That's party pooper energy. We don't want to be a party pooper. Like, if you're not excited and happy and joyful about that thing, at least be neutral. You don't have to be be actively, negative about it. If you have a hard time being positive, that doesn't mean you have to be negative. If you're having a hard time being positive, be neutral. Because guess what? How are you going to feel the next time you want to show him something? How are you going to feel the next time that you're excited about something? Are you going to want to go and show it to him? Is this going to bring you closer? No. This is going to put a damper. This is going to be a barrier. Why would I share my excitement with you? Because you pop my balloon. And so this is saying, I don't want to share my happiness and my excitement with you anymore. And that's what relationships should be. You should be able to share the things that make you happy and make you excited with your partner. Regardless of whether or not you have a headache, I get it. I've had headaches. I understand that, when you have a headache, it's not easy to be in a great mood, but you don't have to be, you don't have to be a jerk when you have a headache. You can be like, hey, that's great. Hey, listen, I don't feel so good right now, so I'm going to go. I'm excited for you. I'm glad that you're happy with your choice. I'll talk to you later. There's a better path to take there. So I think that I would, this is something you may want to have a conversation about. Just be like, hey, you really took the wind out of my sails there. I felt like you were kind of putting me down when I was trying to share my excitement with you. I would talk to them about it and just see if they're willing to at least apologize, because what they did was kind of rude. If we're being honest, what they did was kind of rude. Headache or not, it was kind of rude. If I have a headache and I'm rude or short or with, you know what I mean? If I have a headache and I'm not feeling well and I find myself being a little bit short with somebody, I find myself being a little bit rude, or I'm just not now, I apologize for it later. I'm hey, I'm sorry. I wasn't feeling good, So I would say, if he's willing to be yeah, I was a bit of a jerk, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have done that. Good. We can work with that. We can move on from that. But if he's not willing to at least acknowledge that what he did was at least rude, then I would, really want to have a talk about that. I think something really important to remember, in a relationship, we should be happy when the other person is happy. If they get a new pair of glasses, they get a new shirt, they get a new pair of shoes, and it makes them happy, that should make us happy. As long as they weren't breaking the bank for it, as long as they weren't taking money out of the bills to be able to buy it, there's not a valid reason to be upset about it. If this was something that they were able to comfortably afford, and there's no valid reason to be upset about it other than you just don't like it, then that's you kind of being a jerk. You're putting them down because you don't like that thing that they have. And that's just being kind of a dick. If they're happy, you should be happy for them. Seeing you happy should make me happy. That's what being in a relationship's all about. If you find yourself in a relationship and you try to share your happiness with the other person, but all they do is point out reasons why you shouldn't actually be happy, and you're wrong to feel happy, that should be a red flag. We want to be mindful of situations where we find ourselves I'm trying to share my happiness with you, and you're telling me no, you're wrong to feel that way. And I'm okay, is this somebody to continue to emotionally invest in? So I'd rather say this in the question box because I don't want to risk this linking back to me. It's nothing bad. In fact, I did a really good thing. I got a call from my best friend who was frantic, saying that she and her sister needed to have something delivered to me and then to be delivered to the sister. They were very hush-hush about what it was, and I am a ride-or-die friend and agreed without hesitation. I worry about what it could be and learn the day the package arrives it's baby no-go pills. You know, that was the first thing that came to mind for me. It was the first thing that came to mind for me. A lot of stigma surrounding that choice, you know? A lot of times you have to, you know, only talk to friends you can trust, or maybe you don't trust ordering it to your house because you might not be there to get the mail when it arrives, or, you know, it's... Yep, that's the adult way to address that. Well, I mean, I understood it, so that's fine. Best friend and sister live in a state that has banned the mailing of abortion-inducing drugs while mine somehow hasn't. So I did what any sane person would and wrapped the package up and took it to the post office. I was prepared to send it in a little box, but to get 2-day shipping I had to change packaging in store. It was a little nerve-wracking, but the package was changed with no fuss. Sister got the package today, and I'm just glad I could help. There you go. There you go. I'm anti-forced birth. You know? I'm anti-forced birth. Anybody who has worked in, you know, the child welfare system or the foster care system or the, you know, like alternative housing system for children, you know, like residential facilities, it's like you recognize that there are a lot of children that are born that their parents just simply have no interest in taking care of. And it's tragic and it's incredibly frustrating. I feel like, you know, it's just such a tragedy when a child is born and they are unwanted. Yeah, and a sobering reminder is that making abortion illegal does nothing about abortion. It does nothing to reduce the number of women who are getting abortions, really. It just means that more women are going to die, is what it means. They're going to have restricted access to medical care. They are going to have doctors tell them that they cannot treat them because they don't want to get sued. They don't want to face legal action. So the doctors feel like they can't do anything. We hear stories about women dying in the hospital because the doctor won't do anything for them. Or they're trying, you know, at home, you know, risky procedures. It's like we're going backwards on this issue. My mom gave me and 2 other children up for adoption before she finally was able to start getting abortions. It's like, stop having children. Stop getting, She gave us all up to do meth. Meth is a hell of a drug. Meth is one of those drugs where you will give up your children to be able to do it. Because doing meth feels better than raising a crying baby, especially if you're used to being high on meth all the time. I've also met people that thought that meth made them a better parent and they would refuse to get off of meth. And the state was coming into their home and saying, if you don't quit doing meth, we're going to take your child away. And they're like, no, I need it to be a good parent. I just wish that I don't know what I wish. I wish that every child was wanted, every child was loved. I wish that people just wouldn't do devastating, terrible things, especially with their children. You know you're really deep into drug addiction when you're huffing paint. They didn't give me my smoothie. Oh, see, now I'm mad for you. Working with, like, the child welfare system is so incredibly sobering as far as what's going on in the world. Like, when you start to, you know, see all of these terrible things that parents will do to their children, or just the terrible living circumstances, or the levels of abuse, the drug abuse of, you know, it's, ugh. I couldn't do it forever. I did it for a few years, but it's like some people will work in that field and they'll work in that field for decades, and I don't know how they do it. They just become very numb to it. Question mark, question mark, question mark. All right, let's see what this video is. We're bringing the boom. Oh, this just dropped. This just dropped 4 hours ago. I don't want to get DMCA'd by AJ and Big Justice. So what I'll say is, boom. We'll give him a boom. Is the Rizzler in this video? My favorite character from the AJ and Big Justice cinematic universe is the Rizzler. That's him. There's the Rizzler. I just added a Rizzler emote, so let's see it. I thought I wanted to get into social work, but I think that's a bad idea now that I'm older. I think, honestly, a good fit for you, if you did want to get into something adjacent to that field, is to do something akin to, like, peer support. It's much more low-key. You can do it part-time. There's much less of a workload and a demand than being a social worker. Being a social worker is incredibly stressful. It's very draining, you know, odd hours. Being a peer support specialist, you show up, you know, at the community center or wherever, you clock in, you clock out, and that's it. You don't have to think about it anymore. You know, you're sitting in on groups, you're, you know, offering peer support. There was a peer support person at my house yesterday, and it seemed like something I would like. I think you'd be a great fit. A peer support specialist is somebody who has lived experience with mental health. And that's actually something that we've found is tremendously helpful in treating people. Surprise, surprise, who would know? You know, meeting with somebody who has lived experience and saying, it's okay. You know, just hearing from them and getting that support, because you can connect with them on that level. Like, they've been through it, you've been through it, and you can see it does get better. I don't know who any of these people are. Well, AJ and Big Justice. AJ is the dad, and AJ is he's a professional wrestler. And then his son is Big Justice, because that's what he dishes out. And then this is Rizzler. This is like their cousin. And they make videos where they they're Costco guys. Hold on, I'll show you.
We're Costco guys. Of course we go shopping while eating a chicken bake.
We're Costco guys. Of course we have to try the new
Double chunk chocolate cookie.
We're Costco guys. Of course we have to try out the furniture.
We're Costco guys. Of course we work out with the tires.
We're Costco guys.
We're Costco guys. I'm a Costco guy, so I don't know about you, but I'm a Costco guy. Any Costco guys in the chat? Where are my Costco guys at? Can't believe they released a heavy metal cover of Bring the Boom. So anyway, they made a family YouTube channel. It's a whole family affair. It's a whole family affair. You know, they're all in on it. But it seems like they're having fun. It seems like they're having fun. So I've never seen a Costco in person. I'm sorry for you. I'm a broke-ass Walmart girly. Let me just say, you can go to the food court at Costco without having a membership. You can also go to the pharmacy and like there's like an eye doctor in there. Like you can do all that stuff without having a membership. I would at least say to go to the food court. You went to Sam's Club a couple of times. It's close, but Costco, you know, it kind of feels like if Sam's Club is Walmart, it almost feels more like Costco is Target. It feels like the Target of the big box retailer. You know, I don't know how accurate that is, but that's just kind of the vibe I get. We would have to cross into Iowa, and we are starting to become afraid to go over there. That's the first time in my entire life that I've heard someone say that they were afraid to go to Iowa. Are you afraid of being bored to death? I feel like that's the most realistic thing to worry about if you're going to Iowa, is that you're gonna... Are you afraid of cheap gasoline? Iowa has very cheap gasoline. Whenever I'm driving, I'm like, let me fill up in Iowa. The Costco hot dog combo, $1.50. The price remains unchanged for decades. $1.50 for a big hot dog and a soda. The founder of Costco, or one of the executives or something, he literally threatened to kill one of the other executives if they ever changed the price. It's Trump Nation across the river. Would you like a survival strategy if you have to go into Trump country? A survival strategy if you find yourself in Trump country? Just pretend to agree with them. they're not going to be smart enough to realize that you're not on their side. Just be like, hell yeah, brother, rock, flag, and eagle. And they'll be like, hell yeah, brother. And then start a USA chant and you're good to go. Start playing some Luke Bryan. Smooth sailing. I already live in Trump country, and that's roughly what I do up to a certain point. It's a survival mechanism. It's like if you're in Trump country, it's better. You're better off just pretending to agree so that you're not bringing grief upon yourself. It's not saying that you're condoning it. You're just maintaining cover. Hi, Josh. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I'm on the spectrum and I'm trying to become better at talking to people, but I am struggling with something. I struggle to not be a downer or negative about things. I don't mean to drag the mood down, but I try to be honest about things and it just kills the mood. Like, for example, someone might ask me what I think of a show and I might just say something to the effect of that I didn't really like it, but I'm glad they do, and people seem to get mad and take it personal. Or it could be something that I had a negative experience with and I struggle to lie and not be a downer. How can I stop doing that? Alright. You want some tips? Let's talk about some tips. Let me just point something out. If you lead with negativity, if you're talking, I'm going to use the show example that you talked about, right? Like you talked about, a show. If you lead with something that you didn't like about it, you are essentially priming the other person to assume that you just didn't like it at all and you're just being very critical of it. Start with what you did like about it first. Like, well, I really liked that part. That one part was cool, or I really liked that person in it, or the art style was interesting. Start with what you like first before you go into your criticisms. Because if you lead with criticisms, then the other person that you're talking to is just going to assume that all you have to offer is criticisms. Whether or not all you have to offer is criticisms, because there might have been a lot of stuff that you actually did like about it, they're going to assume that you've just got bad things to say. And that's going to make them feel embarrassed because they're probably the one who recommended it, and now you're saying that you didn't like it, and so they're like, oh, well, that's a bummer. And so, yeah, they might take it personally because they were hoping that you would like it so that you could talk to them about it and you could share in that experience and you could enjoy something together as friends. So if you have criticisms about something, save them for the end. Start with what you do like. If you start off with the things that you don't like, then people might falsely assume that you only have negative things to say, whether or not that's actually true. Because the first example that you give is that's what they're going to adhere to, and if you lead with criticism, they're going to assume that all you have to offer about that thing is criticism. It kind of ties into the way that our brain works. Like, let's say I went to a restaurant and I ordered 3 things and 2 of them I really liked, but 1 of them I didn't really like. If you came up to me and you said, hey, how was that restaurant? And I immediately go into, well, the pizza was terrible. No, the fries were good. It's like leading off with that criticism, it kind of takes away the positivity of the things that I did like about it if I save those for last. Leading with negativity kind of poisons the well, So my biggest tip would be to try to challenge yourself to start off with what you do like about it. Even if you didn't like much, just try to start with that anyway. Another thing to consider is to, before you say it out loud, just think of what it is that you want to say, and then try to think about how people would respond to that. You know, imagine someone said that thing to you, how would that make you feel? Let's say that you wanted to show somebody something. You wanted to say, hey, listen to this song, you know, check out this thing that I like. And the first thing that they say is, oh, I don't like that. You know, it doesn't feel good. You know, if you're trying to share in something with somebody and they kind of, you know, can put you down or make it feel like you're wrong for liking something, it can be, you know, frustrating. It doesn't mean that criticisms aren't valid, but I feel like there is a time and a place to offer them. Typically, if somebody is asking how you feel about something, it's because they probably, I'm not going to say this is 100% of the time, I'm going to say most of the time when somebody asks you your opinions on something, it's probably because they like it and they want to know if you like it too. Now, that's not always the case, but this is where paying attention to the tone of their delivery really comes in handy. Just try to listen to the tone, you know, try to listen to the way that they're asking the question. You know, it'll kind of give you an indicator of whether or not it's something that they actually do like or something that they also didn't like and they're wanting, because the reason why we, you know, ask people their opinions on stuff is because we want to discuss those feelings, or we're looking for validation for our own feelings. We're looking for somebody to agree with us or to at least discuss. There's also nicer ways to say stuff, you know, and I'm not saying that you're not saying it in a nice way, but I'm just saying it's something to be mindful of is your delivery and the way that you phrase it. Like if you don't like something, you know, instead of being critical about it, we could just say, I don't know if that was for me. I think I'm missing the point here. I think, I just, you know, I could see the appeal. Okay, this is the one. This is the one right here. I see the appeal, but I just don't think it's for me. I just don't think it's really my thing. I think that's the nicest way to, or one of the nicest ways to phrase it. I can see the appeal, but I don't think it's really for me. So that way, I'm not making other people feel bad for liking it. I'm not telling them that they're wrong for liking it. And whether or not that's what you intend, whenever you offer criticism of something that someone else likes and you're saying why it's bad, they might take that as a challenge. They might take that as you're telling them that they're wrong to feel the way that they feel, and they might feel like this is conflict. And so just recognize, like, I understand why you would like it, but I just don't think it's for me. And that's fine. We've all got our own individual tastes. You could also ask them, you know, tell me what you like about it. You know, tell me what you like about it. If somebody comes to you with something that they like, you don't have to like that thing to listen to them talk about it. You can just have them share their excitement with you, share their happiness with you, and just listen, you know? This is your friend, this is somebody you care about, this is somebody that their happiness is your happiness. So if they like something, it's always a good option to be like, tell me more, like, what is it you like about it? How'd you get into it, you know? What's your favorite thing about it? I always freeze up and struggle to ask questions. It feels nosy. Now, there's a difference between being nosy and being too nosy. Being a little bit nosy, that can help you to facilitate connection with somebody. Being a little bit nosy is being a little bit curious, a little bit interested, trying to grow closer to this person. That's how you do it, is by getting to know them. And you do that by asking questions. Being too nosy, that's something different. You know, you're going too deep. You're asking too many personal questions. You're invoking subjects that the person just might not be comfortable talking about right now. We are in church. I know. I'm listening to this meditation music. And some of these tracks kind of sound like Dios nos Domine. Amen. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. Like, I figure if they want me to know, they'll tell me. Assume that the other person is just as shy as you are and has a hard time opening up and sharing stuff that they're interested in. Just, you know, other people are more often than not much more shy than you might realize. Questioner, I think this is something that you could definitely get the hang of, and this is something that you could definitely get better with. I have a high level of confidence in that. It just comes down to being mindful. You know, you gotta recognize, you know, am I bringing the vibes down or am I bringing the vibes up? It's as simple as that. Like, am I... You know, if I go into a room and there's people talking about stuff and they're talking about something fun, they're talking about something they did, something they liked or whatever, you know, and they're talking about some trip that they took, it's probably not a good idea to be like, hey, do you remember this time that horrible thing happened in that city that you just, you know, they're talking about their vacation, you know, and they're like, hey, remember this tragedy? Remember this terrible thing that happened there? You know, just be mindful of, like, where you're steering the conversation. I would also just say, try to ask more questions and make fewer points. You know, if somebody's talking about something, it's okay to just ask them more questions about it, to just find out their opinion on it, and not necessarily feel that need to weigh in with your opinion. Finding out more about other people's opinions and resisting that urge to impose your opinion onto them. It's a skill, just takes practice. Hey, Devin, how's it going? When I get too nervous, I start talking too much or too little. When all else fails... You know the one single thing that will be able to get you through anything that life can throw at you? Doesn't matter what the situation is, being able to approach it from a more centered place will help you navigate that situation. Doing good, feeling gratitude, practicing positivity, you know the deal. Nice. Glad to hear it. Happy to hear it, Devin. Notice I take a lot of deep breaths and make a lot of sighs throughout my day at work. I just naturally do it, I think. See, that's the thing about doing breathing exercises, is that after you do them enough, just like by practicing them and making yourself do them, what you'll notice is that you'll start doing them just naturally. And that's pretty cool. I think I also forget to breathe sometimes. Well, the thing about breathing is that just having your nose open and unplugged, there's kind of like a passive exchange of oxygen. You know, like if you were to be like, I'm gonna hold my breath. You do a bit of breathing without really noticing that you're breathing. You kind of do a slow inhale, exhale. You're kind of just like, you might not really notice it. Hello, bro, from me and Phil. Hello, me. Hello, Phil. What is that thing where you feel like life right now is running a hurdles event? And you keep hurdling. If life throws a hurdle at you, you've only got a few options. Do I jump over that thing? Do I walk around it? Do I sit here and stare at it and cry about it? Do I run through it and trip over it? Either way, I have to keep moving forward. I'm me, he, Phil, by the way. All right. Good to know. Thank you for clearing that up. You know, if life is putting hurdles in your way, try to be a hurdler. Sometimes you hop over them. Sometimes you just gotta plow through them. Just be like the Juggernaut. Looking fresh? Oh, thank you. You like my shirt? life is a war. And what you realize is that, you know, in many of those battles in life, it's me against me. My biggest enemy is me. In The Art of War by Sun Tzu, he says, "Know thyself, know thy enemy, 1,000 battles, 1,000 victories." You have to study yourself. You also have to study your opponent. You have to know the two equally. It's a giant oh. The shirt is it's a bird. It's a bird. It's the kingfisher. They call him the kingfisher because he's the king of fishing. He's a cool bird. Just look at him. Just look at him, that fish. I see kingfishers all the time. Ooh, that's cool. Now that's cool. My opponent is my anxiety. Remember, anxiety is a tool. You know, look at anxiety as a tool. It's a power tool. It's not just a regular tool. It's a power tool. And if we let it get out of hand, it's rattling around the floor. It's making holes and stuff. This is my all-time favorite bird, the great blue heron. We get these in Missouri, and we see them all the time down on our farm. Whenever we went kayaking down the river, we saw a bunch of them. It's a big bird. It's a big bird. They also make this really interesting noise. Whenever I was rafting down the river and I saw these birds and they were making this noise, I was like, whoa. It sounds like knocking, like they're knocking on wood. It sounds like... It's like, whoa. Like, what is that? Oh, it turns out it's the bird. I see those herons in the creek near my house all the time. Oh, you really are out in the middle of nowhere then if you're getting herons near you. Oh yeah, because you don't really see these in very very populated areas. You have to be pretty remote to see these really big birds. Oh, one thing that I saw these when I was in Florida. They'll just be out there walking around, these sandhill cranes. I saw them on my trip to Florida. Another big bird. Big bird. I'm still gay, and we wouldn't have you any other way. I could probably post it in the Discord, but I don't know where in there is okay to post it. In the Animal Channel. What if I was straight? Fine by me. Whatever makes you happy. All right, we've got a few questions in the box. Let's get back to it. Enough about birds. I feel like I fell in love with a narcissist. Or maybe it's just a person who really hates his life and lets it out on me. He manipulates me emotionally. He's doing power games. Is this the right English word for it? I don't know. Sorry. The only thing I do know is that you're gonna get bonked for apologizing. But no, that's right. Power games. Yeah, that sounds right. Now, I would say that this is something that you don't really want to see in a relationship. You don't want to see emotional manipulation. You don't want to see power struggles. Those don't really contribute to a long-term healthy relationship. I don't know if he's realizing that. I love this person a lot, but I get the feeling more and more that this person is toxic for me. Yeah. What you'll realize is that being in a relationship with this type of person, it can almost become addicting. Like when it's good, it's really good, but when it's bad, it's really bad. And so that's why we keep coming back, because we're just like, what version of you am I gonna get today? And so that's why we oftentimes get stuck in these types of relationships, even though we know that we deserve to be treated better. It's because we, well, they had a bad day yesterday, so maybe tomorrow will be a good day. It's like gambling. I get the feeling more and more that this person is toxic for me. I realize that, but for some reason I'm not ready to let go. I love him. I believe in the good in him. He should believe in the good in him too. He should be committed to being as good of a person as he can be. It shouldn't just be you recognizing the good in him. Like, he needs to work to bring the good out of himself too. It's not just on you. As long as he is committed to growth and change and, being accountable for the things that he does, then it could work. But I feel like if he's just, if he's dismissive, if he won't accept responsibility, or if he just blames you for all of the problems, then that's not a good sign. Like, where is that going to take us in the long run? It's just really going to break us down. How can I start letting go? By recognizing that that's what you want to do. Letting go doesn't have to, just letting go often begins with recognizing our desire to let go. If that's what you want to do, just recognize that is what I am learning to do. That's what I'm in the process of doing. All of this hurts me so much, and just thinking about it, not talking to him anymore, missing him, losing him, hurts so much I can't breathe. He doesn't want to lose me. He says he misses me when we don't talk for like 3 days, but at the same time, he treats me like shit sometimes. The story is much more complicated, and I cannot talk about all of it here. His situation is not easy. I know that, and I respect it as much as I can, but I feel so trapped in my love and care for him. I feel like I am becoming crazy. Maybe my English is bad. Sorry. Your English is fine. No sorries allowed. What time are we going? I'm not sure. We might have to ask Casey. I don't know. I think she made the reservations. Probably I'd say in like an hour or two. Alright, questioner, I just want to say that I understand your frustrations. This is a frustrating situation to be in. When it's good, but when it's bad, it's really bad. And what we recognize is that I don't want to continue this back and forth. The times where it feels good just isn't worth the pain anymore. And the thing about relationships is that that pain, it doesn't need to be there. That doesn't have to be a part of it. You know, relationships have their challenges. They have their things that we need to work on and work through, but they don't need to be, you know, manipulative. They don't need to be, you know, abusive. So what I would say is, you know, if you choose to walk away from this person, you will survive. You know, feeling trapped never feels good. If you want things to get better, he has to want things to get better too. And so as long as he's willing to do that and work on what he needs to work on for things to get better, then it could work. But it shouldn't just be you that wants things to get better. It shouldn't just be you that wants things to change. You know, we shouldn't stay in a relationship with somebody that we are trying to fix, especially if they are uninterested in helping themselves. Otherwise, you're just going to get a bunch of excuses and you're just going to be like, oh, you know. A lot of people will say, you know, I'm working on it, I'm trying my best, but they aren't actually doing anything. Because it's a lot easier to just say, I'm working on it, I'm trying my best, than it is to actually do something. So I would say just look at where things are headed. You know, if you feel like things are only going to get worse, then it might be a good idea to reevaluate. You're right, maybe I'm in the process of letting go. I don't want to lose him, not yet. And I think what you're afraid of, you're afraid of losing that potential, you know, because you do see the good in him and you see the ideal, you see who he could be, but he has to want to put in the work to become that person. You know, if he wants to be that person that you see him as, that's going to take some effort on his part. So it's up to him, like whether or not he's willing to do that. I have a problem with saying sorry all the time, and that's why we have a no sorries apology. It's for people who have a tendency to over apologize. I just want people to know that they don't have to feel like they're doing something wrong or that they have to apologize for talking about how they feel. Kind of like this person did. Don't worry, the bonk is coming. I just got an interview for a nice union government job. My application was so bad, I don't know how it worked. I'm scared. I'm nervous and scared. Just reject me now, please. Wait, don't you want the job? Don't you want the job? Sorry, I'm excited and nervous and didn't have anyone else to tell. Well, congratulations. This sounds like a W. Also, instead of just asking yourself what could go wrong, try asking yourself what could go right as well. Obviously, your application wasn't that bad, it got you an interview. You know, so maybe we're not being fair to ourselves. Maybe we're being overly critical of ourselves. Oh, and I didn't forget. This is a W. This is a W, and we don't need to sacrifice that W, you know? Let your W be a W. Because if you take your W and you break it, you're stuck with two L's. Well, you can also take two L's and turn them into a W. This is a W. So let's hope the interview goes well. That sounds like a nice gig. How to completely disassociate from reality when you work a job you hate. I'm gonna answer this as literally as I can. If you want to practice the art of dissociation, learn how to meditate. If you want to learn how to disconnect from your environment, your surroundings, the things going on around you, you can practice it through meditation. So that's how you do it. If you want to become better at dissociating, become a better meditator. I can't take the constant criticism even though I know they aren't attacking my character. It's true, they're only critiquing your job performance. And this is something that happens at jobs, is even if you're doing an okay job, if the company is very like profit driven or productivity based, you might be getting a lot of undue criticism for doing a good job. It's just because you're not making them enough money. It's a job for extroverts, but I am an extreme introvert. I need this job until I can find one better suited for me, hopefully in a few months. Well, I mean, you could start searching now. I would start looking now. I would start, looking around and putting in applications now. It's like, go for it. Until then, fake it till you make it. Fake it till you make it, brother. If you're taking criticism at work, say the following: I appreciate the feedback. I'll take it into consideration. Oh, I say that a lot. It works. When people are giving you feedback at work, that's one of the best ways to handle it, instead like, I appreciate the feedback. I will take it into consideration. I will remember this moving forward. Just that kind of stuff. It's just, spoiler alert, a lot of what goes into work is productivity theater. A lot of it is just appearing busy. Am I hearing some church music? Yeah, we're gonna start a religion because I don't want to pay taxes. Are you all okay with starting a religion so that we don't have to pay taxes? We're not gonna do any weird religious stuff, but I just don't want to pay taxes. That's my main motivator. Hello? Okay. Okie dokie. I usually like weird stuff. Well, we could do weird stuff. It'll be optional. At my last job, I felt like I had very few of those little one-liners that cushion interactions like that, and by the end of my time there, I had learned so many work-speak phrases that made everything more smooth. Yep, that's how it goes. A lot of what gets you through work is learning how to talk at work about work. There's a sort of art to it. For context, the conversation with the mother went on while I just wasn't allowed to leave until I took this photo. Oh yeah, I saw this is a two-parter. I went to an awards banquet with the intention to talk to a girl, and she got shy. Then her mom starts chatting it up with me, and before I know it, I'm demanded to take a photo with someone I hardly talk to, and the first thing her mother has out is her ready to put my number into her contacts. Could this entail something? I mean, probably. I mean, people don't normally just do that without... But it's up to you to figure out what that is, what their intentions are. To add on to that, during the long conversation with her mother, I was told how much I was adored in the community I was a part of and how both her daughters love my suit. Is Mom trying to play matchmaker? Is Mom trying to play matchmaker, or is Mom trying to match up with you? That is the question. I think that's the question. Is like, okay, all right, Mom is interested, but there are different reasons why a mother would do this in this context. She's either trying to help you match up with their child, which is something that moms like to do from time to time. Moms like to play matchmaker with their single children sometimes. Or maybe Mom is single. I don't know. But I would probably lean towards it being the first one. Or it's probably more likely the first one, but anything's possible. So I guess just ask and find out. Remora, thank you for the 3 months. Actually, 3 months at tier 1. I've been subscribed for 4 months. Thank you. Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Evie, please. What a time to come in. Well, the party doesn't start till you walk in, so. Her daughter got relatively excited that I asked to ride with them. Well, it sounds like she's into you. It sounds like she's into you, so try not to fumble. It's not unheard of moms trying to be a, you know, a matchmaker for their children. I'm hugely skeptical of mindfulness when it's the constant refrain for people who quite obviously need to be taken seriously with what's happening to them rather than just shutting up. The thing about mindfulness is just awareness. It's just about, you know, the thing about mindfulness is it's awareness, and awareness can be directed in helpful places, and awareness can be directed to unhelpful places. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to Dip Chip. Dip Chip. You know, sometimes mindfulness means just listening, paying attention, taking in information. You know, you're not wrong. Sometimes in order to be more mindful, you have to stop talking. Sometimes in order to pay attention, you have to listen and observe. Mindfulness is not about shutting up. Well, I think it is about quietude. It's about clearing out the excess noise. It's about filtering through the static to figure out what really matters. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub to Jaguar. OPV. Are you down with OPV? Yeah, you know me. No, I see where you're coming from. Sometimes mindfulness is just taking some time to tell your brain, shh. Your brain is finding all of these things to worry about and stress yourself out over, and you just kind of want to go, shh. Focus on your breathing. Pay attention to your senses. Expand your awareness. Atticus? Over here knocking around my green screen? Especially after you've just been robbed or something, instead of getting the attention you actually need. I'm not sure, where does this happen? Where have you seen this? I've seen it used as a tool to get people to stop talking about things they should be talking about. Oh. So it's a British thing. Okay, so my understanding of British culture is that they will say things that are meant to be, you know, they come across as thoughtful and eloquent, but in reality they're just backhanded compliments. And so they might tell you, it's like, perhaps now is a time for mindfulness, friend. And it's like they're actually just telling you to shut up. That doesn't sound like the idea of mindfulness. No, but it does sound like the way that the British would use it. It does sound like a British thing. The British invented the backhanded compliment. Keep calm and carry on. So since we just talked about it, how can you stop saying sorry all the time? Saying sorry for talking about feelings when you are hurt, or when you want to talk about something without getting into a fight, saying sorry for wanting to talk. Ironically, I would say start off by forgiving yourself. I guess that's not irony because you're not apologizing. It would be irony if you were apologizing as a way to fix it. Just forgive yourself for being human. You know, you're doing things that humans do. Humans can be insecure, humans can need comfort, humans can need reassurance, and that's us. We need that stuff. And so sometimes we might get a little too sensitive, sometimes we might do some overthinking, and sometimes we feel like we have to explain ourselves, sometimes we have to justify our existence, and sometimes we feel like we're a burden. Sometimes we feel like we're imposing. Sometimes we feel like we're unwanted. I mean, seriously, a therapist and the recommendation is mindfulness after a lady has had something particularly distressing happen to her. If you get what I mean. I've seen that 3 days later or a week later. Absurd. Yeah, no, I hear ya. They have a different way of approaching therapy in different countries. This is something that I've learned a lot more about in doing this stream. You know, in working in mental health, I worked from a American perspective. And what I'm learning is that there are entirely different approaches and different perspectives that are culturally driven. And I'm learning more and more about what those look like. The thing about mindfulness in that context is that it's just a word. You know, if somebody had something distressing happen to them, I think a better way to approach it would be is like, do you want to process those emotions? Like, tell me how you're feeling right now. You know, become an active participant in it. Telling somebody to be mindful is just like telling somebody to be more aware, because mindfulness is just awareness. That's all it is. Now, forgive yourself for that desire to feel like you constantly have to apologize. Only positive vibe. Thank you for gifting that sub. Now you've got the emotes. So let's see them. Ah, du bist aus Deutschland. Wir lieben die Deutschlanders aus der Brain-Domain. Meine Deutsch ist nicht so gut. The thing about German is that people will say German's hard, but I just said that sentence and you probably understood what I meant, even though you don't know German. Like if I say, meine Deutsch ist nicht so gut, you probably have an idea of what I just said. Then you have the classism and disdain for the common, licentious folk. The middle class doesn't want to deal with council estate rejects. Yeah, like this, like British culture is, there's a lot of like high and mighty. There's a lot of like, you know what I mean? Say something in Dutch. Nuken in der Kuchen. It's more of a presumption of stupidity. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You'll see that in some parts of the United States for sure, especially in a lot of the larger cities. But the thing about, you know, one of the main differences is that, you know, there's just so much space in America. So we get a lot of more like mid-sized cities. We have a lot more like, we don't have as much of that like pretentiousness in a lot of the population, I guess. But don't get me wrong, we definitely get it. We definitely get it. We got those, you know, East Coast, Ivy League elitists, you know. How come you can speak some German? I took 2 Jahre German in high school. I took 2 years of Deutsch. Danke. Austin, Texas has a lot of pretentious people too. Yeah, you'll definitely get them in a lot of the bigger cities in the United States. The thing about the UK, the thing about, you know, Britain, is that it's not that big, you know, comparatively. It's about the size of like a US state. You can drive across it in like 3-4 hours. So we definitely get it here too. You know, I'd say it's really bad out in like, oh yeah, LA. Oh, LA. Ugh, LA. But I think, you know, the pretentiousness, it's a little bit more baked in to British culture, because British culture, you know, not more than 200 years ago, they basically ran the entire world, you know, and those virtues of like British superiority, it's like it kind of carries on in those like elite cast of people that you'll see in Britain. It's like, oh yeah, my uncle, he's a duke. You know what I mean? You get the same stuff here, but in Britain it's just a little bit more ingrained, and that's just because they've been a nation for longer than we have. It's unfortunate to hear that it's manifested in their approach to mental health, though. That's disappointing to see. I'm from LA, and you would probably agree that LA, you probably have a love-hate relationship with the city. I've never met anybody who entirely loved LA. It was always a love-hate relationship. We're like, oh, LA, I love the weather. There's always something going on. There's always a party. There's always a show. There's always something going on. We got great food. Everything's open late. But it's also a capitalist hellhole. Phonies? Oh, the phonies. Don't get me started on the phonies. God, you make me sound like Holden Caulfield. Like, damn those phonies. You know, this just reminds me that I've met some people who are very highly educated, but who were also complete and utter idiots. You know? A lot of people have a lot of education, but that's just because they have a lot of money. I've also met people who have like a middle school or a high school education, but they're some of the wisest people you'll meet, you know? Much more down to earth, much more, you know, much more humble. You hate the LAPD, as you should, but who you should also hate, perhaps even more than the LAPD, is the LA County Sheriff's Department. There are at least 20 gangs in the LA County Sheriff's Department. Yeah, the thing about secondary education is you can get a good education just about anywhere because the information remains the same. The stuff you're learning remains the same. But people really put a lot into these high-end schools, but that's just because it's about the networking. It's about the connections that you can make there. Like, oh, your father's he's on the board at Chevron? Oh, cool. My dad's he's on the board at Raytheon. Oh yeah, let's go into business together. Let's do our startup. Let's go find some programmers. I got an app idea. I know you learn things in life, but I miss lectures and taking notes and stuff. It's like, okay, well then what am I, like I lectured, I have lectures available all the time. I'm always lecturing. The big problem is that educated does not mean literate. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You already provide the notes for your presentations. That doesn't mean you can't take more notes. What if I told you there was a final? What if I told you the final exam's coming up? Maybe then you'd start taking notes. Wait until you find out that I'm gonna grade you. I'm gonna start taking grades. I'm gonna start taking attendance. Well, we're gonna probably be leaving here pretty soon. Probably going to be leaving here pretty soon because we are going to the Cheesecake Factory. We're going to meet up with our friend who's visiting in town and we're going to go get some dinner. We're going to the Cheesecake Factory. I was shocked to learn that in aggregate, more secondary education scholarship dollars go to affluent families than families below or at the median wage. I thought affluent families weren't even eligible for scholarships. Oh no, it's a scam. It's a scam that is maintained by rich people for rich people. They don't want us poor people hanging out with them. They think we're gross. Even if you became a billionaire, they'd be like, ew, you're new money. We're old money. We're better than you. Our great-great-grandparents were oil tycoons. Even being like hyper wealthy, it still doesn't mean that you're in the club. There's a distinction between old money and new money. Like if you're new money, they'll not take you seriously. They'll look down on you because there's just such a sense of privilege and entitlement being born into that level of wealth. Which is why we say, in this house, we say, eat the rich. The anti-DEI stuff. Oh yeah, I'm so confused. Well, actually I'm not confused because this is straight out of their playbook. It's what they've done since the beginning of time, is blame minorities for all of your problems. They've been doing that for thousands of years. Anytime anyone's critical of DEI, like if you're actually having a conversation with someone and they're, you know, they're anti-DEI, I would ask them, I'd be like, you know, what are the problems that you have with diversity? Because DEI just stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. Why would anybody be against those things conceptually? We know that diversity is good because diversity offers new opinions. It offers new insights. It offers, you know, perspective. And that's good. Equity is good. Inclusion is good. So, conceptually, I feel like the reason why they say DEI is because it turns it into just a thing. You know, it's like saying the FBI, the CIA. It's just an acronym. It's easier to get angry at an acronym than it is at an actual person. So, I mean, if you ever find yourself in a conversation with somebody who's like, oh, fucking DEI, you can be like, well, what problems do you have with diversity? What's your problem with equity? You have a problem with equity? One of the best ways to change somebody's mind is to ask them questions about their beliefs. Just actually sit down with them and look at their beliefs with them. Because odds are, because this is what most people do, is they hear something and then they go with it. It's just, their friends are doing it, their family's doing it, it's culturally acceptable where they are, and so that's what they go with. They don't want to go against the status quo. Also, it's really disgusting the way that lately people will use DEI as a replacement for a slur. Like, that's fucked up. Like, they're basically just using it as a replacement for a slur. It's just like, I mean, if you're gonna be racist, just do it with your whole fucking chest. Like, show us who you really are. Anyway, just shit that pisses me off. I'm just gay. You're not just gay. You're Dean, who happens to be gay. Don't forget your deanliness, Dean. Dean, 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 Dean. Ding 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 ding. Ugh. Felt like I was losing brain cells from the entitlement. Yeah, there's not much more in the world that's like being around very entitled people is just so frustrating. They're just so detached. But in a way, they're also like so helpless. It's just like, you're really just gonna go through life this way? Just completely unself-actualized? Kind of feel sorry for him. As nice as it would be to have all that money, in many ways it's kind of like a prison. It can really inhibit your growth as a person. Like, in some ways, I kind of feel bad for these really rich people because they are just completely unable to take care of themselves. They just become overly reliant on paying other people to do everything for them, and then they just... I'm like, sure, that sounds nice in theory, but it also turns you into an overgrown toddler. So, I don't know. My parents are like that. They're not even that rich. Oh yeah, see, and that's another thing is like, people might not even be that wealthy. Like, they might just be upper middle class, but then it's like, oh, they get a little bit of money and suddenly I'm too good for anybody else. Like, that's not a very satisfying way to live life. Like, you don't want to go through life just feeling like you're better than everybody else. It's just, it's very lonely, you know? My mom thinks she has experienced real poverty because she once ate canned green beans. There's a difference between eating food out of a can and only having canned green beans left in your cabinet, you know? My dad plays the victim card on everything. Well, that's not very stoic of you, is it, Dad? Assuming victimhood is such a cope, it's such a cope. My ex at one point asked me to bring my ski gear so we can go on a last-minute trip, and I'm like, why do you think I have ski gear? It's always so funny whenever you encounter somebody who came from wealth and they'll just ask you a question like, do you ski? Like, what? Like, oh, have you rowed crew? It's like, what? Like, no, they didn't have a rowing team at my college. Rich people really do just live in their little bubble, don't they? How often do you have to ski to justify buying and owning ski gear? You know? You gotta be doing a lot of skiing to be like, oh, I guess I should just get my own set. Or maybe you just have that much money where it's just like, eh, who cares? I'll buy it. I don't want to use a used set. I don't want to use something someone else has used. It's worse than it ever was, and that's why we're gonna eat them. That's why when shit hits the fan, the rich people are gonna get eaten. We're just gonna be like, It's just like Papa John said, the day of reckoning will come.
I've had over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days. Living currently in Mark Shapiro should be in jail. He has no pizza experience. He's never been in the pizza category. I would just say, stay tuned. The day of reckoning will come.
The day of reckoning will come. Thank you, Papa John. Hi, Papa. Are you able to talk about the psychology of binging a book or TV show? Lately, it's been excessive and I forget to take care of myself. I'd like to snap myself back into reality quicker. Ah. Well, yeah, let's talk about it. Like many things in life, it largely comes back to dopamine. That reward chemical that you get when you do something good or when you do something not so good. The brain has a hard time figuring out which is which. Dopamine reinforces behaviors. It makes, you get that sense of reward for doing something, and it makes you want to keep doing it. It makes you want to do it more. And so you watch a new show, and it's exciting, and it's interesting, and it compels you, and it draws you in, and you get that dopamine hit, and you're like, well, yeah, let's keep it going. A lot of it comes down to impulse control as well. Pretty sure Papa John got canceled for being racist? Yes, that is absolutely what happened. He got canceled for being racist. That's why I can't eat that pizza. It's racist pizza. Over 40 pizzas in the last 30 days. That's what it'll do to you. The garlic butter slaps, though. The garlic butter is good, but, at what cost? My work gave me a Lululemon bag for my birthday, and I'm like, the founder hates Asian people, right? Oh my god, I hate Lululemon. I hate Lululemon. You go to Lululemon, it's like, oh, you want to buy a pair of shorts? $80. Like, so not only are you racist, but you're overpriced? Disgusting. If I don't make him a meal, he eats a whole damn Little Caesars. Hell yeah. Alright, questioner. Oh, sorry, I'm very distractible right now. I'm starting to get hungry and I'm thinking about the Cheesecake Factory. So let me refocus and return to the question at hand here. Alright. If you're finding that whenever you find a new book or a TV show that you just can't help yourself and you just like, I gotta get through it. I gotta get over it. I gotta finish it. Let's take a look at why that is. Why is it that we have a hard time spacing it out? Why is it that we have a difficult time with, maybe pacing ourselves a little bit? What I would say is, if this is something that you want to change, if this is something you want to work on, maybe we look into scheduling time, so we have TV time, and it's between, the certain hours, or you limit yourself to a certain number of episodes within a certain time span, or if you're reading a book, like space it out a little bit. I've found that spacing things out like that actually enhances the enjoyment that I get out of it, because I'm able to think about it more. I'm able to, ponder more about what's going to happen next, and I'm able to, like I'm reading a book right now and I'm trying to space it out a little bit, so I can reflect on the things that I've read, so that I can, just process those ideas, process that content. It also gives you, like Faye Gold said, it gives you something to look forward to as well. What book? I am reading Wind and Truth. It is book 5 of the Stormlight Archive. I'm a big sci-fi fantasy kind of guy. There are many reasons why this could happen, or why we find ourselves in this situation, and it's, it comes down to impulse control, really. It's like, if we were eating ice cream, and it's like, oh, this is good ice cream, and the next thing you know, you ate the whole thing, and then you get sick of it. You don't need to eat your fill, you can taste it, enjoy it, come back to it later. Fantasy is my jam. Then you should check out the Stormlight Archive. It's a good series of books. It's also got a mental health focus, which I like. How can you learn better impulse control? Sometimes with some things I feel like my brain is melting when I don't follow my impulse. There are different ways to do that. You can distract yourself. You can set time limits for yourself. You can, you kind of have to give yourself that structure. When you become an adult and when you are setting the rules for yourself, sometimes you have to give yourself that structure. Sometimes you need that. Because if you don't have those rules, if you don't have that structure, then next thing you know, it's 3 a.m. and I've been binge watching this show and I don't even know if I really like the show. I'm just trying to get through it. I'm just trying to get it over with so I can just feel a sense of completion. And I feel like that's also part of it, is we get that sense of completion, a sense of accomplishment, finishing a book, finishing a show. We can say, okay, I did it. Now I can have an opinion on it. Now I can talk to people about it because I consumed it. So there's no rush. There's no rush. Take your time with things. Try to take it slow and just savor it. Enjoy it. I will count down the time at work until I can boot up Stardew. Just wait until you find out that they got it for the phone, too. They got Stardew for the phone, but I hate the controls. Just finished The Wheel of Time. Brandon Sanderson, who is the author of the Stormlight Archive series, was the one that they brought in to finish the Wheel of Time series. I'm pretty sure. Yes, he is the one they brought in to finish the series. But anyway, I always want more people to read the Stormlight Archive so that I've got people to talk to about it. Oh, my hair's finally starting to grow back. It's been on your list? Oh yeah. The Way of Kings is the first book. It's a great book. Atticus? You want to go? Okay. He's over here knocking my green screen around. Questioner, I would say, you know, if you find yourself being a binger with content, I would try to take a look at that and just be like, okay, how much time do I want to spend consuming content? You know, I don't want my content consumption to interfere with everything else I'm trying to do. I don't want that compulsion to finish something or to get through something to override the other things I need to do in life. All right, we got one more question. Atticus, can we do one more question? Are you going to be able to keep it together for one more question? He's being very dramatic because he's hungry. For example, the problem with the guy I just told you about, how can I stop my impulse when I want to text him and I know I should better not do it right now and give it time? Sometimes you have to physically, like, put your phone somewhere. Sometimes you have to literally, like, if that's what you gotta do, sometimes you'd be like, I'm gonna put my phone in the other room. I'm gonna go put it in my t-shirt drawer. I'll come back in an hour. Sometimes we have to set up boundaries with ourselves. Sometimes we gotta recognize that we need rules for a reason. You know, we have to give ourselves structure so that we don't, you know, have a hard time following our own advice. Atticus, I'm coming. Coming. He's over here whining. He's hungry. All right, Atticus, we'll get some food in a minute. Let me take this question. I had to evacuate from the wildfires in Southern California last week, and while I didn't lose anything, I still had to pretty frantically run through my entire collection of worldly things and decide what I was willing to let burn. I packed my car with as much as I could, stayed for as long as I was comfortable, but the smoke was so bad and the winds were so strong and the flames were creeping towards my neighborhood. If the fire had started at a different spot, it could have been my neighborhood that got deleted instead. I got completely randomly lucky. Some people very close to me within a few hundred feet of losing their house. I'm not sure why, but I feel like I'm not allowed to feel bad for what I went through because it pales in comparison to what others are currently going through. But also it was probably the worst night of my life. Okay, so here's the thing. You're valid to feel that way. It was still stressful to you. Your stress is valid. Just because other people had it worse doesn't mean that the things that you had to deal with are any less real. You know, we don't need to dismiss our own emotions because other people have more powerful emotions than we do. We gotta be fair to ourselves, you know? Sounds like a little bit of survivor's guilt. You know, whether or not your house was damaged, it was still the worst night of your life, and that's still significant. But yeah, it's really common for people in this types of situations to be like, I feel bad, but I feel like I shouldn't feel bad because other people have it worse. It's like, no, allow yourself to feel bad for yourself. Process those feelings, and then move on to, okay, well, what can I do to help those who were worsely affected than I was? Alaylan can relate. Alaylan, Alaylan's in Kentucky, and there were terrible floods a couple years ago. But Alaylan got lucky, but a lot of people nearby, you know, lost everything. I evacuated and met up with friends at someone else's place, and then we had to evacuate from there a few hours later. We ended up going somewhere across the city, and we could see the flames from the other fire where we ended up. Far away, but we could still see them. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't eat the next day, even though I knew I needed to. When I tried to eat, I threw up. I was allowed back home a few days later, and my whole kitchen looked like it had been abandoned for years, covered in dust. I'm still cleaning things, but I have things to clean. This is a very new feeling for me. I've lived through other weather events like hurricanes, blizzards, tornado warnings, but this was the worst of all. The first few moments after I saw the fire on the hill, I went back and forth with myself about how there was no way it could reach several blocks away where I am, but that's exactly what it did. My neighborhood got lucky. We only lost a few structures right up against the hills that it didn't eat away at the cramped old houses, but it totally could have destroyed everything here. It's okay to feel mixed emotions right now, I just want to say. You can be grateful, you know, you can have gratitude that things weren't worse for you. You can also have empathy for those who did lose everything, but you can also show yourself compassion that this was stressful. You know, you had to evacuate. There was a giant fire near you. I'm like, that would be stressful for anybody. So we don't need to dismiss our own emotions here. So I would say it's okay to feel those things, and then once you've felt them, once you've, you know, allowed those feelings to process, then we can turn to, okay, well, what can I do to give back? What can I do to help those who did lose everything? Is there anything that I can do to help? Because I am one of the lucky ones. And so now that's the position you're in. But no, you're valid to feel the way that you feel, and you don't have to dismiss your own emotions just because it wasn't worse for you. Take that position that you're in. You know, you're lucky. You can be grateful for that. And now we can give back, and we can help those people who did lose everything, because there are a lot of people who are going to need help right now. Whew, couldn't imagine. That's hell on earth. That is a nightmare scenario. Kind of thing is terrifying. All I can say is that throwing myself into cleanup work helped. Maybe it would help you too, questioner. That's what I'm saying. You know, if you recognize that there is a problem, then be part of the solution. You know, they're gonna need a lot of help cleaning up, and they're gonna need your help. They're gonna need everybody's help. Everybody's gonna have to pitch in. Doesn't make your situation any less traumatic for you, though. You know, like, you did get lucky, but you did endure that situation. And those two things can be true at the same time. Yeah, if you are going to be helping to clean up, you gotta keep yourself safe. You gotta protect yourself. There's all sorts of, you know, fire damage, flood damage, those sorts of things are very dangerous. All sorts of harsh chemicals, all sorts of toxic stuff. Just be very careful. I like to think of it as an and situation rather than a but situation. Exactly. Exactly. This doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. This can be both things are true at the same time. I got lucky, but I was also downright terrified. Whew. My heart goes out to everybody who's affected by those fires in California right now. It's honestly just, it's a lot to even process and take in right now. It's like we're still going through it, we're still living it, and the damage is just unlike anything we've seen before. So I feel like it's okay to be confused by what you're feeling right now because we've never been through anything like this before. We're still trying to process this, and that's okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around it, just the sheer, devastation. Well, alrighty, Casey's back, so we're gonna be going soon. We're gonna be going to the Cheesecake Factory. I know, Atticus, I'm coming, Atticus. Alright, Casey and I are gonna go meet up with Petey. We're gonna go to the Cheesecake Factory, so if you want to join us, feel free to hang out. We're gonna go. Thank you all for being here. It was nice to see you all. I will see you all next time. Or if you're gonna stay around and hang out, I'll see you at the Cheesecake Factory. Alright, everybody, take good care of yourselves. Stay safe out there. We'll see you all next time. Peace. Bye-bye.